Good evening. Sorry. I'm still a bit, I guess, hungover from yesterday. Ah, I can get through this. I can get through this. Ah. I realized afterwards when I went to download from yesterday that, oh, I must have, in foresight, I must have set it so that it would unpublish things that are put in the karaoke party category. And I, it was kind of a, you know what? Why would I do that? Let's unpublish it. I said it was not going to be unpublished. It's just sort of a, it's the morning after, well, evening after, whatever. Evening after. And it's kind of a, maybe drunk me was wrong. Maybe drunk me was wrong. Hello, Warcraft Taker. Hello, Legend. Also, thank you for the head pat. Yamata no Oroshi Kirin. I re- I think I rejected that one, so if you want to like head pat while I'm here, you can. Uh Hold on. I have my it's totally not a hot orange powder juice. It's not drink today. I thought, maybe this would be helpful if I'm feeling a little like down and off. I'm not feeling spectacularly down. It's just the drinks got to me. Maybe the vodka cranberry thing wasn't a good idea, and the rum thing. Maybe I should have actually measured. I swear I didn't probably put in more than a. I could not have put in more than a shot, I would imagine, of those things. So it's kind of a. Is it really that weak? I think it is. Today's plan, though, is to make it a bit farther in Dungeon World. Oh god, this is bright. Hold on. Is there a dark mode? Is there a dark mode? Uh, I'm fighting. I'm fighting the urge to like turn off lights and and leave them on. There needs to be a certain amount of light, for the camera to pick up things, and at the same time, I need to be able to read, but I also don't want it to be so bright as to be like hurting, to be burning. Okay. One more thing. One more thing. Suffering. I feel like I have had worse, but I will say, uh, it gets it gets less easy with age. It gets less easy with age. I guess unless you're like super practiced at it or something, which is a weird thing to say about it, but maybe once if it were to become like a new normal, being hungover, but it's not. So that's what makes it worse. I drink generally only like once a week. Some of the times I've been drinking on stream, those weeks I skip at the bar. Which reminds me, because I was skipping a bit for that, I found out that the chef at the restaurant and the chef at the bar are retired fully. So it's kind of, I missed him. I didn't really get to say goodbye. And then I found out that he comes into the bar anyway. He comes into the bar anyway, even though he went, what is the phrase? He was semi retired, then he went to rehab for, I think, He went to rehab, not intending to get clean from alcohol, but that happens in addition to whatever else. And he shows up at the bar every now and then. He's not drinking at the bar, but all I can think of is I hope it's not just a matter of time. Like, I'd rather him be he's an older fellow. Like, I'd rather him be like happier in his old age without it and live a bit longer than end up at the bar again. Mm. Wow. Okay. Worse at feeling it, better at handling. That's fair. Give me 1 second. Maybe also a case for like better at handling it. Can if it becomes like closer to a normal thing, I could see that happening. Or just knowing how your body responds to things, like, yes, I feel hungover, therefore making sure you actually drink. Oh, also, yes, drinking water during I didn't actually drink a whole lot of water yesterday during the stream. Afterwards, though, trying to make it more 1-to-1. Like, for every drink I had, making sure I had a glass of water afterwards, which I think has helped a little bit. Otherwise, I probably would have may not be streaming tonight. Let me get the book. That was probably the best thing that I ever learned to do with alcohol. Like, for every drink that you have, alcoholic drink, have a glass of water too. Like, even if it's one shot, have a glass of water. I suppose that kind of breaks down after a certain point. Like, if you don't want to accidentally water poison yourself at the same time, if you get to that point, you might also just be alcohol poisoning yourself for good. Not for good, for a heavier. I wouldn't be surprised if you got actually sick, I should say. Let's see, where were we? Let me bring it up. I have the book out. Swap out a few other things, and today is going to be, let me make sure this is the right one. Yeah, it is. It's going to be Twisted Experiments. Oh, it's a little off the edge. Let's do that instead. Turn this down. And we'll turn this back. Actually, warm and cozy. Warm and cozy. Hello, the cheese god. How are you doing? I remember. I think it was. There were, I think, 3 or 4 in a row that were food related. I think you were among them. Okay. We have. Okay, I don't know if you can hear it when I like open the book. No, you can't. If I like flip the book, unless I'm already talking, why not? I'm probably going to ruin my books doing that. Trying for that noise. Let's see. So the first monster that we have on the list is. Oh, I should start again with the definition of monster, and again with the bit about Dungeon World, the system that we're reading about. Let me bring up the website. The website. I'm already doing it rather aggressively. The problem is the audio the audio filters that I have in place right now. My audio filters are rather aggressive as well, so it's competing. So Dungeon World is a Powered by the Apocalypse based system. And think of it as a kind of like a, I think it's a good like intro to tabletop games for people who want to play D&D but can't play D&D for various reasons. Or if he wants a bit of a, I shouldn't say it's simpler system, but it feels a bit simpler. Uh, and at the same time, it's also probably better for beginner dungeon masters or game masters than D&D, simply because it has more structure around how to perform. Mm-hmm. So, we're going to be reading about monsters. The important thing to know about monsters in Dungeon World is that they are defined as any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So, there are a lot of things that could be monsters. You can have cave rats be monsters. They could be Goliaths, they could be ropers, they could be dragons, they could be doppelgangers, they could be dwarven warriors or acolytes, or even getting down to it, they could be nobles, merchants, peasants, all sorts of things. The only thing that matters is that they stand between the party and whatever the party's goals are. And we have already in the past, actually, let me bring it up really quickly. Where did I put it? I've been making a tier list of the different monsters, and we will be doing that later. I can at least pop it up, and this is going to be a bit big. But this is my ranking so far of all the monsters that we've run into. And we will be adding more to this. There's, I think, 7 or 8 different groups. I should be standing like further over here. There's 7 or 8 different settings of monsters, and we've only made it through, I think, 3 or 4. I think 4. But the very first stream I did of this, I think I managed to get through 2 settings. I think every other time I've only managed to get through 1 setting, though. I technically no. I don't think so. Mostly because that's a player character. I think that if it comes down to that sort of situation, that might be like a DM's call. And part of this is also, this may have been covered earlier, I don't quite remember. I've been reading this book on stream on and off since I think August of last year. And I haven't, it's not like I've memorized it, but there is the player there's an unspoken player contract usually in most games where you're meant to get along. You're all supposed to be working towards things that aren't at ends with each other necessarily, no direct conflict. And I think that that is something that is usually heavily it's usually overlooked. I think it's very hard to work in a group like that if someone breaks the contract. This is also, I think, unlikely to happen in Dungeon World because of the way that they set up the characters. Um, there's an entire section of your character sheet that is bonds, and that is supposed to be basically tying your character to the others in some, I don't want to say necessarily meaningful way. Uh, Let me grab out some of the bond bits. So, hmm. So these are supposed to be something that you deal with every session. Not necessarily, you don't have to complete all of them, but you're able to like modify them. You're able to change them. You're able to update them. So some examples of bonds. This is from a bard character to another character. So this is from the bard's point of view. Uh, this is not my first adventure with blank. Blank being another player character. I sang stories of blank long before I ever met them in person. Blank is often the butt of my jokes. I am writing a ballad about the adventures of blank. Blank trusted me with a secret. Blank does not trust me, and for good reason. So they, in the base character sheet, they're already trying to get the characters to relate to one another, which is also something I like about the system versus Dungeons and Dragons, where if you don't set up the players right, I think in terms of mental headspace, they might approach it much more individually, not as a group. It might also depend on how many players you have and the style of game that you're running, but I think it's a bit more fun if you approach things as a group rather than constantly split off and keep secrets from one another. Like some secrets are fine. Some secrets are fine. Others, though, you never know if the game, you might be planning a game from level 1 through 20, but is your character going to last that long? Is the party going to last that long? Is the campaign going to last that long? You don't want to hold a secret too close to your heart and never have it revealed. You need to drop something about it, and you also need to make others care about yourself. So reach out first. Show that you care about others. And that has nothing to do with monsters. I would say that for a member of your party being a monster, theoretically, actually, I suppose by that definition, no. Thinking about if you're a character who can summon things, technically, anything you summon is not a monster because it's not standing in your way, it's helping you. So I don't know if it would get a stat block quite like these. It might get a different one, actually. Not defined as a monster. And the same thing, I suppose, with any NPCs that would go out of their way to help you and join your party temporarily. That would be not a monster, technically. Not a monster. Actually, thinking back on the bonds, there's another system that did something interesting that I liked that encouraged the players to work together a little bit and reveal a bit about each other. I don't know if I have they mm, I'm trying to remember. It may not be. Can I like open this in a larger view? I can't see it. It's so tiny. It's from a system called Aegon, and the system was a bit strange, honestly. Um, it's malleable. It's a voyage. Oh, thank you for the follow, and I am going to turn notification noise off. I forgot to do that. Bad. Oh, I forgot to turn something else off. Turn that too. Oh, that would be bad. Thank you, Cloud88F, for the follow. So, in Aegon. Aegon is a game about being the child. I will read the section out appropriately. Aegon, you are a hero of ancient legends. On your way home from war, you and your companions become lost among strange islands. The gods have set before you a series of trials so that you might prove yourselves worthy of glory and legend. Overcome these trials, and the gods will allow you to return home. So they send out goals for the players. It's a very pointed game. But there's a section in the game when you're in between islands, because the idea is that I guess each session roughly is an island that has things for you to accomplish. In between islands is the kind of relaxing period. And so the first part of the voyage in between sessions, or like at the beginning of a session or at the end of a session, depending on how you run the game, this might actually be better as a beginning of the session thing to kind of remind players of what the aim of the game is. The first step is fellowship. The heroes relax and enjoy time with each other. Taking turns, each hero player asks a question to another hero. That player answers, then both players take a bond with each other's heroes. Then the next hero player takes their turn, strengthening bonds and asking questions of a player that has not yet been asked. At the end of the stage, they all clear their pathos, which is not something that would apply outside of this game, but just the making a mini game, so to speak, of asking each other questions. It could be about something that happened in the previous session, or something that's been bothering you for quite some time. Right. Another thing that kind of helps enforce the bonds between the players in this game is that for the things that at the end of the game, or end of the session, end of the island, each player gives each other a point on a tracker, essentially, that represents a virtue, something that they epitomized during the course of the previous session, like that current session, I should say. So, thinking about it as kind of, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something like that, rewarding inspiration to another player, sort of, except less scarce than inspiration. I was talking Dungeon World. Where am I in the book? I need to open the back up. Sorry, I put it aside and I didn't grab a bookmark. I'm going to. Okay, I have something I can use as a bookmark. A sheet of paper. So, monsters. Our first monster is a bulette. It's solitary, huge, construct. It has a bite for d10 plus 5 damage, 3 of which is piercing, 20 hit points, 3 armor. Tags are close and forceful. Special qualities are burrowing. Hello, Azure Shot. How are you? Sorry, just like, I don't really remember a whole lot about last night. It's kind of a. I didn't say anything strange, right? Probably not. So, bulette. A seasoned caravan guard learns to listen for the calls of a scout or sentry with a keen ear. A few extra seconds after the alarm is raised can mean life or death. Different cries mean different responses, too. A call of orcs means draw your sword and steady for blood, but a call for bandits says you might be able to bargain. One alarm from the scouts that always means it's time to pack up, whip your horse, and run for the hills. Land shark. Instinct to devour. Drag prey into rough tunnels, burst from the earth, swallow whole. Shark. Yeah, I don't like sharks. I really don't like sharks. But land sharks, they don't actually really describe what they look like here, obviously. So it's kind of a bullet. Also, I'm guessing with that's how it's pronounced. Let me double check. Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to do something really quickly. I don't know how loud this is going to be. I hope it's not going to be too loud. Actually, I can. Yeah. It's gonna play how to say bullet. I don't know how loud it's gonna be.
Bullet.
Okay, kind of close to what I said. Bullet. Okay. A shark that's strong enough to burrow through the ground. Yes, it's the case of, I guess, like this skin texture too, and like it actually has paws, and not paws, but it has like it's more reptilian than anything else. Like think of it more like a shark crocodile type thing, maybe. I'm actually going to. I need to stretch an arm. I think I slept a little funny on it. Why does it feel like this? Sorry, that's. It's not the book holding arm. It's not the book holding arm, it's the other arm. Mm. I don't. Oh, I know one of the reasons why I don't like the concept of a regular shark is because of the. If you're in water, suddenly it's the addition of another plane, essentially, to how you function. And I'm not a strong swimmer. I can swim. I'm not the strongest swimmer. And it's so, in addition to having to be aware of what's in front, to the sides, behind you, above you, even, which most people don't usually consider very strongly what's above, you have to consider what's below you. And having to add that extra layer of where you're considering, like your perception, your wariness, a shark. The sharks usually come from below, right? But it doesn't have to be from below. They're just not going to be coming from above. Unless, of course, you're like, deep in the water, in which case it could be from any direction. It's an extra feeling of helplessness, I suppose. And like a lambolette doesn't trigger that sort of fear, even though it would have the same issues I would imagine if you're in most any location, actually, honestly. Like if you're in tunnels, then it's just as bad as a regular shark. It's just, I guess, how big is the tunnel area that you're in? Like the openness of it. Is it a cavern more so? But still, the fact that it could come from below and you wouldn't necessarily know aside from vibrations through the ground, which I don't. Mm, mm. It's hard to quantify, it's hard to imagine. As long as I didn't just talk myself into being afraid of bullets as well. I hope I didn't just. I don't think I've done it to myself yet. Thank you, little Beastman05, for the follow. I don't know how when sharks, when they approach from below or from any direction, like the water pressure difference, what that's like necessarily, how far in advance can you feel them coming? I imagine it's not quick enough in most cases to evade very strongly, honestly. Seeing videos from Shark Week and stuff, like, I'm afraid of them. I still watch some Shark Week because Shark Week now is more about trying to dispel the notion that they're horrific creatures, right? I know that sometimes they still do like the killer shark concepts, but much more trying to undo what Jaws did. But honestly, thinking about sharks, it's kind of a, what is it? Oh, it's Archer, where he's also afraid of what? Alligators. And I would be afraid of alligators for the same exact reason as sharks. At least in the case of the water. And isn't it the same with hippos too? Like it would be the same with hippos, except they're not as good at swimming, right? They just happen to be like tons of murder machine. Tons of unhappy creature. After the bullet is the chimera. I'm pretty certain I'm saying that one right. I used to pronounce it wrong until until a particular show where they had a lot of talk of chimera. And no, it's not Full Metal Alchemist. It's a different show. So, chimera. Solitary, large, construct. It has a bite for D10 plus 1 damage, 16 hit points, and 1 armor. The tags for distance for attacking is reach. So these are not nearly as strong, it seems, as bullets, but I suppose looking at it. Sorry, I just realized that bullets are constructs. I know it was in the tags, but it kind of like dawned on me, like, wait a second. So it's a wizard did it and then kind of let it go free. Wait a second, does that mean it's kind of Deep Blue Sea, except it's kind of Deep Blue Sea? That would actually be a neat hook. Deep Blue Sea, but wizards. That would be, imagine that for you don't have to have it set in the water. You can have it be Deep Blue Sea, but in the Underdark, dwarf wizards. Or no, maybe kind of there's dwarf wizards, but that would be depending on how deep you go. So like regular Sander mountain dwarves, if you don't want to be terribly deep. If you want to go deeper though, I guess that would be the Snurfleblin, like gnomes, if you want to deal with that. Unless you're doing a more if you don't mind dealing with evil races or having a bit more like nuance to it, then you could go with drow or I don't remember the name for the dark dwarves exactly. Or it could just be ye old wizards with their underground cavern because of the nature of what they're working with and they don't want it to escape, that sort of thing. It could be either. Give me a second. I am going to write something down. You can open. Unless I didn't hit the right button. No, I didn't. I must not have. Thank you, Kevin, for the follow. Talk. Deep Blue Sea, but it's bullets. Okay. What else? What else? I didn't even finish reading the section for the Chimera. I just stopped at the reach after I realized, wait, bullets. Large, huge, construct, wait. So, Chimera. Well known and categorized, the Chimera is a perfected creature. From the codices of the Mages Guild to the famous pages of Culiana's Creature Compendium, there's no confusion about what Chimera means. 2 parts lioness, 1 part serpent, head of a she-goat, and all the vicious magic one can muster. The actual ritual may vary, as might the detail or two. More creative sorcerers switch the flame breath for acid, perhaps. Used as guardian, an assassin, or merely an instrument of chaos unchained, it matters little. The Chimera is the worst sort of abomination, an intentional affront to all natural life. Instinct to do as commanded. Other moves include belch forth flame, run them over, poison them. How would you experiment with bullets then? How would you experiment with bullets? Also, wizards may rank highly in intelligence. Do they necessarily rank highly in wisdom? Don't know that. This is for the Chimera though. Looking at the Chimera. I guess I feel a little boring, but I'm used to mixing up. I like what they released for D&D, a like make your own Chimera type thing for stat blocking it. Although I had already honestly done that with the Chimera before they released that. It was modifying it to better suit other creatures. I made a Bremen Chimera. Which would be, I consider it like a lesser Chimera, I suppose. Like a, not necessarily baby Chimera, but it doesn't have like a fire breath or anything like that. It's a donkey with it's a 4-headed Chimera? 5-headed? A donkey with a sorry. Donkey with a dog with a rooster with a cat. All rolled into one. Hello, Wander Asmer and Swifts. How are you doing? So what you're saying is, I mean, the same thing then for why did they do the, why in Deep Blue Sea are they doing it in the depths of the water? Why didn't they do it in like land takes or something? They could have, I don't know, built it in a lake or something in the middle of the US. Why did it have to be in like the depths of the ocean? I never actually saw Deep Blue Sea, so I can't answer this if there was like a reason or not. You just have to work around it a little bit. I, uh, I should say I never watched Deep Blue Sea because it's horror, live action horror. It's got sharks, and they're not just like regular sharks. It's like giant, intelligent killer sharks. It's not happening. I'm never watching that movie. I will read the plot summaries. I will read the script. I will not watch it. I'm doing fine. I'm hungover a bit from yesterday. I drank a bit insane yesterday. So I'm still recovering from that. I sobered up over the course of last night, but there's something about like the sleep afterwards that kind of makes things feel bleh. Makes things feel bleh. despite having sobered up the night before. Or at least I thought I sobered up enough the night before. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Too much poison. It was an espresso martini. That was 10% ish. There was in like one serving of 10%. So like a not even a pint. Not even a pint. Then there was a cranberry vodka thing, which I didn't measure how much vodka, but I don't think it was a shot. I don't think. And then there was the dark and stormy with alcoholic ginger beer, which was an entire bottle of ginger beer. And again, like I don't think it was a shot of dark rum, black rum, but like altogether, I've had worse nights. I've had worse nights, but that was probably like as much as I should really do in the future. Because I don't want to go back to any worse nights. I haven't had like too many of those. I've had a number of years for that to be spread out. I've had a number of years for that to be spread out. So like I remember the very first time I had too much to drink and I got sick. That was a long, long, long time ago. And the most recent one, I mm, I didn't intend to get drink that much. But I've only gotten sick twice over the course of a long, long period. Don't intend to reproduce that. Don't intend to reproduce that. Michelada. I have not heard of a michelada. I do like Mary Bloody Marys. I like Bloody Marys fine. Oh, I don't really like beer. I don't really like beer. I only really drink it in very specific occasions. Like mm, after doing okay, so after you do some like yard work or something on really hot days, if I have to be out in the sun doing the yard work, uh, then a beer, like a light beer is good for that, but I might as well just have a cider. And then there's certain foods that are better with beer than not. Yeah, I'd rather just have a Bloody Mary. I'm not against like tomato clam juice or whatever in a bottle, not in a bottle, in a glass. I think I actually have some Bloody Mary mix, but maybe I need to double check on like whether or not it's still fine. I haven't had it in a very long time. Thank you for the follow, Swifts, and had Haidon. Thank you for the follow. There's some activities better with light beer. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not like driving. Not like driving. Not unless you're talking about like Mario Kart or something. Let's see. Don't drink and drive. Do not drink and drive. Okay. I don't know that meme. I do not know that meme. Replace it with mineral water? Hmm. I wonder if I could just replace it with seltzer. So, the one up next, the monster up next, is the Dero. I've actually run a one shot that had Dero in them. Top Chico? Topo? I've never heard of that. I don't drink a whole lot of mineral water. I just drink seltzer. I drink seltzer. I don't buy water, really. I think the water that I have. I think my area is good enough. It's good enough. Let's see. Ranch water? All I can think of is this like American ranch, or do you mean, I guess even with if I say American ranch, there's two ways to interpret that. Like the condiment ranch or like the location ranch. Like, I know that there are some people who live in areas that you can't get water piped in, so they might end up with water that is, what's the phrase? Uh, yeah, location. So I know someone who they would have to, for all their water needs for the week or whatever, they had a giant tub that they would bring into town, and then they would refill this huge jug. It's like the entire back of a pickup truck. And that was their source of water for however many days they needed it. And then if you wanted drinking water, that was separate. You would have to buy that on your own. But I like being in a place where I can not have to worry about that. I like not having to worry about that. Like, I don't have a huge garden necessarily, but at the same time, I have all the niceties of living in an urban area. Yeah, the Southwest. Then again, you also are a bit limited on what you can plant there, too. I hope it's acceptable to have native lawns, native style lawns. Because watering that would be a pain, especially if you have to worry about where you source your water. Mm-hmm. So the Darrow. A Darrow is a horde creature, devious, intelligent, organized. It has a pickaxe for a d6 damage, 3 hit points, and 2 armor, and the only range it has is close. It has special tags, or rather, special qualities of telepathy. I honestly didn't realize that a Darrow was considered a twisted experiment either. Oh, okay, that's right. There are some things that are unusual in this list because this is twisted experiments. Some things that make you balk a bit. Like, how could this be considered a twisted experiment? But they do explain in the text how they mark it as such. So the Darrow. It's typical to think that all the malign arcane monsters made in this world are birthed by wizards, sorcerers, and their ilk. That the colleges and towers of Dungeon World are womb to every bleak experiment. There are mistakes made in the depths of the earth, too. These ones, the Darrow, are the mistakes of a long-forgotten dwarven alchemist. The Darrow don't forget, though. Twisted and hateful, the Darrow can be spotted by their swollen skulls, brain matter grown too large. They do not speak except in thoughts to one another, and plot in the silent dark to extract sweetest revenge, that of the created on the creator. Instinct to replace dwarves. Other moves include fill a mind with foreign thoughts, take control of a beast's mind. Sorry, checking on something. Kind of, I got a little chilly, even with the fire. I might run. I might run into the house to pick up something a little bit warmer. So, okay, so this is kind of the bullet concept I had, the deep blue sea, but deep blue sea but Darrow? I mean, that's kind of what they're implying here, right? It's kind of what they're implying here. I mean, also like wizards, sorcerers, and their ilk, and alchemist is part of that. The only difference about this one is it's in the depths of the ground. Or so. Again, they don't really explain much about what they look like, although I certainly have an image in my head. I'm going to be right back. I need to grab something. Something you can eat warm. I actually did grab a blanket. I've been trying to figure out temperatures a little bit better. I don't want it. Sometimes it's boiling. Here, the heaters are a bit extreme. So I figured I'll just turn everything off, and then if I need to warm up, I'll grab a blanket or something. That's fine. It takes a lot to heat up such a large space like this. So just having the fire running, and this should be fine. Mostly. Hello, Colin. How are you doing? And remembering another time when I really did have nothing but few scant, like not having major heating systems, just having basically like a gas stove and blankets to keep you warm. And it's kind of I can, as long as it doesn't get too cold, as long as it's not snowing, this should be fine. If it's snowing, we should go inside. Like proper inside. I'm good. I'm better now that I have the blanket. Something to warm me up. Let's finish with the Dero. Next up is the digester. The digester is a solitary large construct. It has for an attack acid, which is d10 plus 1 damage, which ignores armor. 16 hit points, 1 armor, with tags for close and reach. Thank you for the follow, Colin. It has special qualities of digest, acid secretion. Is it secretion or secretion? I know it would secrete, but when you have it in this format, is it secretion? Secretion. I suppose it depends also. Secrete? Secretion? Okay. For the healing spells hurting undead, as long as they don't make it so that the opposite is also true, where it's a case of if you do damaging spells, it somehow, or if you do necromancy spells, it empowers them. That's frustrating sometimes. I think that was a trick that not trick, but it's something that came up in Final Fantasy VII. I remember that being an issue with certain types of monsters. So if you had certain people in your party, easy, fine. Other people, maybe not so much. Gotta remember to put certain things on board. Certain materia, attach them. Okay. Digester. It's okay. Magical experimentation is a messy science. For every beautiful Pegasus, there's a half-done creature that wasn't quite right. We understand. The goblin elephant you thought was such a great idea. The gelatinous drake. Just examples. No judgment here. Anyway, we've got something for that. We call it the digester. Yes, just like it sounds. Strange looking, I know, and the smell isn't the best. But this thing, it'll eat magic like Svenlof the Stout drinks ale. Next time one of these unfortunate accidents occurs, just point the digester at it and your troubles drain away. Just keep an eye on it. Damn thing ate my wand last week. Instinct to digest. Other moves include eat away at something, draw sustenance. Oh, so it's kind of like the biomeat. It's kind of like the biomeat. But for magic. But for magic. Thinking about this, so it's what makes this very different from the gelatinous cube. I thought the gelatinous cube was kind of the same thing. I'm gonna flip back to the gelatinous cube really quickly. You finished the entire thing. It was alright. I kind of want to. I feel like I want to ask how it ends because it's been over a decade since I started it and dropped it. So it's kind of a case of I'm obviously not going to go back and finish it myself. It's. I want to say, was it at least decent, including the ending? I know the art style kind of leaves a bit to be desired. It's a dated looking thing. As I said, it's been a very long time since I've touched it last. So for gelatinous cube, how many adventures' last thoughts were? Strange, this tunnel seems cleaner than most. Too many, and all because of this transparent menace. A great acidic blob that expands to fill a small chamber or corridor, then slides ever so slowly along, eating everything in its path. It cannot eat stone or metal and will often leave them floating in its jelly mass. Instinct to clean. Fill an apparently empty space, dissolve. So, really, the difference between the gelatinous cube and an art digester isn't a huge amount, is it? One of them, I guess, is more specifically for magic creatures, I guess. But at the same time, why can't a gelatinous cube do the same thing? Why can't it do the same thing? Why can't you have a gelatinous cube pit? I feel like that would be an easy thing to deal with versus this digester, which might. Actually, you know what? It might be a case of digester might be like a poor man's gelatinous cube. So, like gelatinous cube, if you have the space to care for it, digester might be more of a beginner's thing, or you have a salesman going around trying to sell digesters to wizards. Humanity never learns. Increase threat levels. Maybe for a digester versus it. Digesters. Give me a second. I have to like flip back and forth between these, so it's not easy for me to directly compare. It's not directly easy for me to directly compare. So, gelatinous cube, gelatinous cube. Go spend time with your loved ones. Go spend time with your loved ones. I was going to say VTubers are forever, but they're not forever, but that's fine. Your loved ones are even less for forever. You have a gelatinous cube at home. Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe. It depends. If they're perhaps a more rare natural creature, because they are marked as, well, they're not a construct versus the digester. So gelatinous cube is solitary, large, stealthy, and amorphous. The digester is solitary, large, and construct. The gelatinous cube has engulf for D10 plus 1 damage, ignores armor. They have the same attack. Digester is less hit points. They have the same armor. Gelatinous cube only has a reach of hand. Versus Digester, which is close in reach. So, a gelatinous cube is like a more advanced one-ish, but at the same time not. It's a different attacking style. It's a different way of life. You say that, and yet it's possible I did go through that when I played more games when I was much younger. The digester can reach. I'm imagining, like, they don't specify it's amorphous, but I am imagining something kind of like gooey reaching out, a like dripping hands. Imagining something like that. Gelatinous Drake, though. It is not amorphous. They don't really describe it. They just say, well, we call it the digester. Yes, just like it sounds. Strange looking, I know, and the smell isn't the best. But this thing, it'll eat magic like Svenloth the Stout drinks ale. So, I guess you could describe it however you want. If you want to make it look like the trash compactor from, is it the trash compactor from Star Wars? You could theoretically, I guess. Again, all I can think of is biomeat. All I can think of is biomeat. Magic immune. They don't say magic immune. Usually that would be under digest acid, or under special qualities. The only special quality it has is digest acid secretion. So I wouldn't say it's magic immune. It just... I'm just thinking about... So there have been some cases where people were wondering about, like, so dragon breath. Is that magical? Is it not magical? And it's kind of, not magical. Generally not magical, no. Like, it's a magical creature, but just because you put it into, like, an anti-magic barrier or whatever, like an anti-magic field, doesn't mean the dragon's going to just disappear. That sort of thing, as far as I know. And same thing, I think, with the breath. So it might be a case of the digester is good, particularly well adapted to eating magical creatures, but it's not like you can blast a fireball at it and it'll be unscathed. I don't know if I'd have it resistant, but... What? I don't know if I would have it be resistant. I think that might make it way more difficult. Like, this isn't as... This is already a difficult creature. This is not as easy of a game in terms of how things play out compared to D&D, where it feels like a lot of things do have resistances, much less immunities. I think that's not really something that comes up very often in Dungeon World. But there is no such thing. Wait, let me check. Let me check the wizard spells. Oh, my head. There is magic missile. But spellcasting in here is a bit different than... You can't apply like D&D standards to it, honestly. It doesn't really convert very well. Is what a physical object? The digester? Thank you for the follow, Giuseppe. Magic Missile, it is magic. It's a spell. It's a evocation spell. Projectiles of pure magic spring from your fingers, deal 2d4 damage to one target. So, it's a case of you're casting a spell as a wizard. Not gonna worry about preparing spells. But it's not anywhere the same system as like 3.5 or 5e. Those are the ones I'm familiar with. It's a case of preparing spells. I will cover preparing spells. You prepare spells of your choice from your spellbook whose total levels don't exceed your own level +1. And then you can prepare cantrips, which never count against your limit. When you release a spell that you've prepared, which is casting a spell, you roll plus it. On a 10+, the spell is successfully cast and you do not forget the spell. You may cast it again later. On a 7 through 9, the spell is cast, but choose one. Which is basically, you're able to do it, but there's a penalty for doing so. Which may or may not include you forget the spell, and this is a temporary forgetting. Basically, you cannot cast that spell again until you pre-prepare your spells. Re-prepare. So, in effect, at lower levels, it can be very difficult because you're rolling a 2d6 in order to do this, and you add your int to it, but still, if you get 6 or below, that's a failure. So it's going to be a bit difficult to consistently get successful casts off without problems. I don't know if we've come across any other creatures that are resistant to magic either. So the next creature, the next construct, the next twisted experiment, Ethereal Filcher. It is solitary, devious, and planar. It has a stone. I thought it was stone dagger. It's a stolen dagger for the worst of 2d8 damage, 12 hit points, and 1 armor. It has ranges of close and reach, and special qualities as burrowing. Ethereal Filcher. Things go missing. A sock, a silver spoon, your dead mother's bones. We blame the maid, or bad luck, or just a moment of stupid forgetfulness, and we move on. We never get to see the real cause of these problems. The spidery thing with human hands and eyes as blue as the deep ethereal plane from whence the creature comes. We never see the nest it makes of astral silver webbing and stolen objects arranged in some mad pattern. We never watch it assemble its collection of halfling finger bones stolen from the hands of the sleeping. We're lucky that way. Instinct to steal. It's a stolen dagger. Other moves include take something important to its planar lair, retreat to the ethereal plane, use an item from its lair. It's... What do people normally attribute lost items to? Like gnomes in their home? Is that how it goes? It's just like that, except it's real. Sorry. Is that because I is that because I blame gnomes? So it has human hands and eyes as blue as a deep ethereal plane. Initially I was thinking, so it's like a giant walking hand? Is it like a walking hand with an eye on it or something? But it is, I guess, more of a spider. And then you add human hands to it. So maybe more like from. There's that old spidery man thing from Spirited Away. Maybe more like that. Facism. Because it's a gnome. If you're counting a gnome as a fae, then I count as one too. As an elf. But also the fact that it steals the finger bones from hands of the sleeping. It steals bits from living creatures. Like, okay, everything else. Like, okay, your dead mother's bones, that's a bit strange. Unless it's kind of like a ashes type thing. It stole your mother's urn. Yeah, I'm not going to dissuade you from that belief. That they're all fae. Some people just have, I guess, broader definitions than others. But I think that's pretty consistent. All fairies of some sort. Or related. Descended, perhaps. Yeah, I guess. How. They didn't specify. They didn't specify how many eyes it has. It's a bit worrisome that they didn't specify. Or how many hands now that I think about it. Like spidery thing. How many? How many? Mm. I really wish they had more illustrations for these. They have none in this version, though there are spots where there should be illustrations. So I've seen what they're supposed to be. People with pointy ears. I know that there are some interpretations of halflings as having pointy ears, but I don't think halflings are ever considered fae, right? Okay, the next monster. The next monster is a Ettin. It is solitary, large construct. It has a club for d10 plus 3 damage, 16 hit points, 1 armor, and for range it has close, reach, and forceful. Special qualities, 2 heads. No, they're not half human and half dwarf. Not at all. I'm trying to remember. Did you know that halflings are smaller than gnomes in some settings? I once used that fact to kind of blow someone's mind. I think that was at a baby shower, actually. I'm talking about heights. They weren't used to seeing either, but they always had this perception that gnomes were, or halflings were taller than gnomes. Mm-mm. But no, half human and dwarf would be. I think that's Mull in some settings. They're called mull. Let me check. Let me check. I could be pronouncing it wrong, but M-U-L. Yes, okay. That's a Dark Sun thing. Mule? Okay, yeah, that would explain a bit. So, Mule are from Dark Sun. Dark Suns. Dark Sun? I've never actually read that setting. Yep, 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 Dark Sun. Okay. But I know that there are times when a creature that is half, like, well, has two very different parents may not end up as the average of both, but I think it's rather rare for them to be like so drastically shorter because a halfling is shorter than a dwarf. A halfling is way shorter than a dwarf. Thank you for the follow, Denzel. So Pathfinder has halflings as Fae related? Really? That seems a bit of a stretch. It feels like a bit of a stretch to me. So an Etten. An Etten is just. Oh, you know what? It's a very, very, very short entry. It's not the shortest entry we've read yet, but it's close. I want to say, it feels like there is no love for a certain class of creature in here, honestly. They don't like giants or giant related creatures. Pathfinder has elves as space aliens. Gotta do what you gotta do. Martial arts kung fu. Ah. So kind of a mix of a western. Well, okay, never mind. I was thinking a mix of a western monk and an eastern monk. It is fun playing with that line, honestly. What does it mean to be a monk? Okay, so an Etten. What could possibly be better than an idiotic, angry hill giant? One with two heads. Fantastic idea, really. Grade A stuff. Instinct to smash. Other moves include attack two enemies at once and defend its creator. Oh, yeah. Oh, the fact that, yeah, Starfinder, I could see that being a thing. Yes, you're still able to be an elf in space because that's where they're from. They're not from the same planet. Films. Okay. Yeah, I was going original Pathfinder. If you're talking about Pathfinder 1E, isn't it pretty much not 1-to-1, but it's very much like 3.5, isn't it? SRD 3.5. So I was a bit surprised that halflings would be Fae in Pathfinder because I don't think that they were Fae in 3.5. As a way to beat them? I'm not certain if I get it. I'm not certain if I get that. But for the Etten. So, someone with a bright idea of attaching. This is kind of a Frankensteining type deal, isn't it then? The Etten. So, this feels more like a grad student's work, honestly, than a full fledged wizard. Doesn't it? It's like when you're in science class or something and you have to do the dissection materials versus a full-fledged one, which would be, I suppose, maybe on the way to a Chimera, honestly. Like, this is a practice project with less expensive materials. It might depend on how the pieces are put together and how well they're able to agree and how much the heads interact with each other. Actually, I've been listening to a soundtrack recently. I say soundtrack, an album. It's a concept album. It's called Evelyn Evelyn. And it's about basically kind of in sort of not exactly, it's more traditional conjoined twins. They have 3 legs instead of 2, but they do have the 2 heads portion, and they only have 2 arms between them. So kind of dealing with that, and if they can get along, long enough, at least one can look out for the other, or they have some sort of coordination between them. I mean, I would say if they were born that way, it would be one thing, but the fact that they're a construct, I guess, means that it's less likely to be effective. Now that I think about it, they haven't probably had a lot of time to adjust to being a 2-headed creature. Latest Pathfinder game. I haven't played any of those. I was watching someone play, I think, a Pathfinder game, but I don't remember what it was. It just reminded me a bit of Baldur's Gate in terms of how it looked, in terms of how things were organized on the map. I remember there being a certain perspective similar to it. Upgraded graphics, of course, but you have little circular markers underneath the characters when you have them highlighted, so you could direct them to where they should be. And it seemed like a lot of parts to manage, honestly, as someone playing the game. But watching it is more fun to me, honestly. You can join Twin PC. Sounds like fun. As one PC, it would be a difficult concept. And then there's the case of 1 character sheet or 2. I think you'd be better off as 1 character sheet and just dealing with that and not dealing with the split. Just divide your content into 2. Or see if you could get, that would be perfect for a Gestalt kind of game. Actually, because then you have the full benefits of both types of specialties, so to speak. You can make them you can make them half cleric, half wizard, that type of thing, and have the full benefits of both without having to deal with anything else, instead of having to deal with proper multiclassing. I think that would be the only kind of situation where it would be not too big of a downside of having to split. The problem then with 2 players controlling 1 body, then it becomes an issue of action economy. And that would become an issue of action economy. And a whole lot of other things. You would need people who can really agree on things. Because then it's like, do you get double hit points? Not exactly, no. Why should you? It would take a lot of thought put into it. Huge investments for Pathfinder games. I could see that. And with how much time I wonder how long it took for them to be developed. I actually don't. When it comes to those games, the person I was watching play, I think, hasn't played a whole lot of it, but I don't know if I know of anyone else who's doing a whole lot of those. Like a lot of streams, like many streams in, honestly. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right spots though. That might be it. Probably that. Okay. The next monster is a Garalin. Is that how it's pronounced? Garalin? Thank you, Habertua. Thicker than breadsticks? Are breadsticks that thick? Are breadsticks that thick? Sorry, I'm adjusting the blanket a bit. What? Ah, corpse. Okay. Thank you, Evertra. Normally I don't have the blanket, but it's a bit cold today. It's a bit cold today. When I've watched Corpse in the past, some of it was the music streams, and I'm trying to remember. It was not a long time ago. It was a couple months ago. I don't remember what it was. I do remember some of the music streams. That's what, like the 12th or something? The 12th of the month is music. Or at least that's what it was. A barbarian elf? Oh, I guess Corpse keeps VODs updated. There have been a few times I've gone to check the VODs for someone and then kind of, there's like, they're not updated. They're not updated. I've been trying to get better about it. I was like a month and a half behind on VODs onto YouTube, and I went through, since I had not actually, for my VODs, I like to do a little bit of cleanup in terms of like cutting out dead air, in terms of like starting and any breaks or other situations that may occur. So when it came to that, I like to edit them a little bit, tiny bit first, and maybe like potentially fix any audio issues if it's that bad. And so it would take me like an hour or so to render previously, before I realized I was setting up my computer for failure. And now it's more like, oh, it's a 15-minute render. Great. I can pump out a whole bunch of these edits really quickly. So I set up a whole bunch to release like one a day of my old VODs on YouTube right now on my VOD channel. So they're relatively up to date now. There are a few that, oh wait, hold on. Is it this? Yeah. They're catching up. They're catching up. What was my last one that I put up anyway? That was the last one I put up. Let's see. Quick. Oh, the boss lost. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, someone is crying. They have like a really heavily distressed cry. So my most recent VOD is my January 3rd VOD. My January 3rd VOD. Trying to realize, like, what time am I setting these to publish? Okay. But yeah, I guess the last time I was editing VODs was January 14th, because that's when they end. But I can work on like putting them back together. I've been downloading as I go. I just need to do the editing, light editing. Hello, Hasbad, how are you? Whose is that? That's a toadstool kind of thing, right? Oh, it's Woozle. I haven't seen that one yet. I mean, it's not a Woozle, right? Because he's not a toadstool. Also, thank you for the follow, Loi Nami. I'm going to be right back because the cat is crying like he is. He's crying if there's a problem. I'm not certain if there is. But Be right back. Okay, I may have traded him in. I may have traded him in. He's being a little bit of a pain. Little bit. He was very snuggly, and I was hoping to get him like proper settled in here. He is. Give me a second. I'm going to swaddle him back up. Oh, no. No. Good. 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 Oh. Ow. Can you be good? I don't know if you can. Ow. I say ow. It's just more of like a gross out thing. He's as close as I am to the mic and purring, and I don't know if you can hear him. Or if you can only hear him. He's not in super baby jail. He's he's not accepting it yet. Or rather, he's like leaning into the cuddles more than he is into the. Like, he's more into active cuddles than he is jail like cuddles. Good. Good. And he was trying to, like, rub his face on the microphone and rub his face on the pop filter and a bunch of other bad things. Like, why couldn't he have come here when I was feeling cold earlier? Sorry, this is me rubbing my head on top of his head. Blech. And like bouncing it. Come on. Be good. Blech. Yeah. Oh, no. It's gross. Come on. Got his ear in my mouth. Come on. Do you want to hide in the blanket? You want to hide in the blanket? Will you accept this? Hmm? Oh, you're grooming yourself under the blanket. Okay. I suppose that works. I think that would work. Now I just have to figure out if I can hold the book and do all this at the same time, because I have the blanket, I have the cat, and now I have the book. Give me a second. I have to. Can I do this? Oh, cat's back for more. And cat is back for more. I can multitask. Just do this. And every time I do this, it's kind of a case of he is so interested in rubbing against the microphone, and I'm afraid what kind of noises that makes. He's closer to the microphone than I am right now. Oh, this cat almost always loves me. He is, actually, I'm very worried now that he's actually got, like, separation anxiety with me, because I have another cat that he does not like, and if I spend time with her, it means I have to spend time away from him, and he's been getting, like, very upset. He's actually been tearing apart the part of the door. He's clawing at the spot between, what's the word? He's clawing at the door frame, essentially trying to tear open the door so he can get to me and get to the other cat to fight her. I hate to laugh. It's not funny. It's actually really upsetting because, again, he's been destroying the door frame. He's actually, like, torn chunks off of it. I need to cure him of this. I need to cure him of this. I'm not 100% certain how, though. I do have another cat, and he doesn't really care, I guess, if I show her affection that much. Like, she's a non-entity. But this other cat is a threat. This other cat is a threat. He might also just not like the fact that... no, don't rub that. He might not like the fact that I close my door now, because... the gate is off... the garden is off limits more often than not. Or I shouldn't say more often than not. More often than it used to be. Because if I leave the gate open, the audio quality suffers because of the setup of the space outside the garden. Both. He cries a lot sometimes. And yeah, he's been actively tearing apart part of my home. So he's a very clingy cat. He's a very clingy cat. I've trained him all wrong. It was cute when it started. And now he's gone. Now he's gone. Okay. He's left me. He's still around, but he's not in my arms anymore. He's no longer an immediate threat. He's a giant baby. He's a normal. He's actually a normal. Everyone thinks that normal is a girl. Normal is like a girl kitten. Normal is just is an adult boy cat. He's just small and cute. And he takes advantage of the fact that everyone thinks he is big baby. Big baby girl. And my boy is kind of like that. People think he's a girl based on the way he sounds and the way he looks. He is not. He's a big bully boy. Thank you for the follow, Dante Salvini. Okay, we're looking at the Garrulon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. For some reason, I always thought it was like Garralian, essentially, but Garrulon. They are solitary and huge. They have, for an attack, Rending Hands for D10 plus 5 damage. I don't know if you can hear him. As he stops crying. They have 20 hit points and 1 armor for the Garrulons. They have tags of Reach and Forceful. And special qualities, Many Arms. Garrulon. The pounding of the jungle drums calls to it. The slab of meat on the sacrificial stone to lure in the great ape. Garrulon, they call it. A name from the long-forgotten tongue of the kings who bred the beast. Taller than a building, some say. Cloaked in ivory fur with tusks as long as scimitars. 4 arms? 6? The rumors are hard to verify. Every year it is the same. Some explorer visits the jungle villages seeking the ape and returns, never quite the same, never with a trophy. The pounding of the drums goes on. Instinct to rule. Other moves include answer the call of sacrifice, drive them from the jungle, throw someone. Okay, sorry, he's doing something very, very strange. I am going to be right back. He's afraid of fans, my cat, and he was staring. He's on a desk and he is staring up at this fan. It's just sort of what's he trying to do? he was staring up at the fan until he got my attention. He... But yes, Agaralon is a great ape. Just thinking, so great ape, multiple arms, like more than a normal set of arms. Ivory fur, so white fur, and huge teeth that poke out, I suppose. Scimitars. So very monstrous creature. But they don't say it's a construct. Let me double check real quick. Like an Etten is a construct. Digester is a construct. Darrow are not, as either. Boulette and Chimera are. Which just makes me wonder more about the Boulette. So like, does the construct tag only apply to like the first generation of creature? Assuming that they can't war cannot be made. So that's why Agaralon is not a construct, because it's more of like a breeding project, like making a poodle or something like that. That's what Agaralon is akin to. I shouldn't probably say poodle. I should probably say more like a German Shepherd or something like that. A husky. What are Agaralons the equivalent of? Ridgebacks, maybe? Or, oh no, there's a certain Japanese dog that's like huge, and it's Akita, maybe? No, I'm thinking of something else. It's more like a mastiffy type creature. I guess maybe it could also just be like a mastiff. The next creature on the list is Iron Golem. It is group, large, construct. For an attack, it has metal fists for d8 plus 5 damage, 10 hit points, and 3 armor. For other qualities, it has close, reach, and forceful. Hello, Nekima. How are you doing? And special qualities for the Iron Golem is it is metal. It is metal. So, a staple of the enchanter's art. Every golemist and mechanothaumaturge in the kingdoms knows this. Iron is a misnomer, though. These guardians are crafted of any metal, really. Steel, copper, or even gold in some small cases. As much an art as a science, the crafting of a fine golem is as respected in the kingdoms, as a bridge newly built or a castle erected in the mountains. Unceasing watchdog, stalwart defender, the Iron Golem lives to serve, following its orders eternally. Any enchanter worth his salt can craft one, if he can afford the materials. If not, instinct to serve. Other moves include follow orders implacably. I feel like I've done this before. Is it implacably or implacably? Use a special tool or adaptation built in. And that's it. But I'm probably going to... This leads into the next monster. You can craft it if you can afford the materials. If not, there are other types of golems. So this one's not quite as metal as the next golem in terms of concept. I would imagine a gold golem wouldn't be very good because gold is a softer material. All I can think of though is also, so in like home decoration and stuff, there's kind of phases that I shouldn't say phases. There are styles that come in and out of fashion. I think that copper might still be in. I think. I could be wrong. Like sometimes having silver materials, sometimes having gold materials, but copper, I think, is in. So I'm wondering if iron golems would have the same sort of thing. Like you can kind of judge what time period it's from depending on what it's made of. Not necessarily because this is the material that was the most cheap, I suppose, or common, but more so like this is this is what was in style for the time. Ah, yes, this golem is from the 1970s. You can tell because it's made of ceramic with a certain painted pattern on it, like China, like China. A cast iron golem. That would also be kind of a modern day one, wouldn't it? Cast iron is back in style. Copper for heat resistance? Maybe. I don't honestly know like the differences in the metal in terms of usefulness aside from gold is popular, but again, it's kind of soft compared to some other things. And that's a bit of a problem with jewelry, depending on what kind of, or rings and things. Because it's a softer metal, it's more likely to be like dented. So, like pure gold is not necessarily ideal. Same thing with some stones too. People are, how to put it? Like, oh, I don't want a. I want an everyday. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was opal, and it's kind of a. You don't want an everyday opal. You're gonna break that thing. I think it was an opal. Big black stone, like precious metal, precious stone, and kind of yeah, no. Save that for special occasions. Otherwise, you're gonna break it. Like diamonds are fine. Diamonds are fine because they're sturdy. Like you can still break it, but it's way less likely to happen than some of the other ones that are becoming more popular as replacement stones because they're cheaper and also don't have the like blood association with them. Zirconium. I don't remember zirconium. Trying to remember. As a metal, I don't know. That's popular for jewelry. Maybe for other purposes. It's used for teeth, apparently? Oh, it's used for teeth. How long do they last? Up to 20 years. Jewelry metal. I think that there's a bit of a problem though. Like you have to find a bit of a balance when it comes to the metals for certain types of jewelry because if it's too difficult, if you're in a medical situation where it needs to be removed quickly, you want them to be able to remove it. You want them to be able to remove it. So there's a balance to be struck there, honestly. You don't want them to have to cut it off. Though they might have to anyway, depending, but whether or not their materials can cut through it. Let's see. The golem after the iron golem, the next creature, the next monster, is a flesh golem. It's a horde creature, and for an attack, it has miscellaneous claws and teeth for d6 plus 2 damage. Only 3 hit points and 0 armor. So, it's the introductory project for the budding wizard, I suppose. The flesh golem. For tags for attacking, it has close and forceful. And special qualities, it has many body parts. stolen bits and pieces in the night. Graveyards stealthily uprooted, and maybe tonight an arm, a leg, another head. The last one came apart too soon. Even the humblest hedge enchanter can make do with what he can, and with a little creativity, well. It's not only the college that can make life, We'll show them. Instinct to serve, or to live, not to serve. Instinct to live. Other moves include follow orders and detach a body part. Just this is a very beginner creature, I suppose. And it kind of seems similar to some of the creatures that we saw in the undead portion, except I suppose the manner in which it's created, whether or not is a necromancer a wizard or is it closer to a cleric type thing. Hello, Eternal Divine Fox. How are you? But yeah, so I swear that we read something a bit similar to this. Good for level 1 party investigating. Yeah, with 3 hit points, no armor. Like d6 plus 2 damage is quite a bit though, but still. It's also a horde creature, so that might be something to consider. But I guess it's also a case of you can make it whatever type of body parts you want. What if it's just... It might depend on the creatures that we get later in this section, but like, imagine one that's almost entirely hands. Just like a ball of hands. Initially my thought was, wait, can we make a, a biblically accurate angel flesh golem type creature? Not allowed to be weird? It depends on the flavor of weird. It depends on the flavor of weird. I'm trying to think of an example for like the weirdness that's kind of, maybe don't. Maybe don't. It doesn't come up very often, but I did put that rule in there for a reason. Angel flesh golem. Yeah, not so much the divine energy portion, just the shaping of it. Just the shaping of it. Like, don't... Just because it's a flesh golem doesn't mean that it's stuck having a torso and a head and 2 arms and 2 legs. You can have it be a whole lot of legs. You can make it into... So there's the triskelion. That's legs, right? Just make a wheel of legs. That's a flesh golem, right? Maybe there's a mouth in there. Maybe there's eyes, but there doesn't have to be. Doesn't need to be able to hear, traditionally. Yeah, coffee's not a bad idea. But yeah, no, there was a creature in here that is... I want to say if it doesn't have a mouth, it cannot tell you to be not afraid. It could not. And like the energy that's going to that mouth is really needed. Do you really need your creature to be able to talk back to you? What is it gonna say that you're gonna want to hear as a creator? Also the case of, okay, harkening back a bit to the Full Metal Alchemist thing, maybe you don't want to give your flesh golem a mouth because then they can't scream. Then they couldn't scream. Oh, right. Also, I guess, like, I have no mouth and I must scream. Don't give them mouth. No more problems. Just silence. Let them scream in their head. You didn't give them telepathy, after all. A man car? Yeah. You could make a dragon car hybrid. Nothing said that the flesh golem had to be made from human bits. You can make a dragon car. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, in Undead Legions there was the Abomination, which is another, like, corpses onto corpses. And it's a case of the black students of the black arts raising these creatures and not being able to control them. It's a shambling mass of dark magic versus, and like that could theoretically be a flesh golem, I think, just under a different different energy source, I suppose. And there was another one. I swear that there was another one where it's a case of a creature that's been raised, but I guess not. I'm looking through the list of the undead, and the only one that was specifically like a creature, a raised creature, a construct, was the abomination. Nothing else in this pile is an abomination, except for the, or rather, is a construct, except for the lich, which is a like a DIY thing. DIY TY? Do it yourself to yourself? And shadows are like a conjured creature. And Sigbens are like vampire created. And they're not very much like the other things. Skeletons are skeletons. Yeah, there's no other real constructs in there. So abomination versus flesh golem. What is powering it? Is it a steam powered thing? Is it a gas powered thing? Is it solar powered, I suppose? Electric? How socially acceptable is your creation? So the abomination is gas powered and the flesh golem is electric. Actually, that's probably not so bad a comparison, considering the flesh golem, if you're liking it to more proper like Frankenstein, that's electricity powered, right? Yeah. Solar power wouldn't work in a dungeon. Could theoretically work. You just have to think about alternate sources of solar power. Remember, magic. Maybe there's a false sun in there somewhere. A false sun in the dungeon. There are spells that cast daylight. What if you had a perpetual daylight machine? Just for one room. Actually, you know what? This would work really well. Imagine you had a dungeon that has a terrarium installed. You have your own. I don't remember. It's not. Is it just terrarium? So sometimes in certain shows they have basically a greenhouse, like a giant greenhouse. Imagine you had one in your dungeon like that to keep your plants, your experiment plants. And you want a caretaker for that. You don't have to water it yourself and like weed it or whatever. Flesh golem for that purpose. And instead of powering it via normal means, solar power. You already have the solar power system set up for the plants, right? So everything runs on solar. Capture daylight in an orb. Yeah, or it could be like a redirection sort of thing. Like a mini portal or something like that. Magic daylight is like artificial light? Yeah, but no, it depends on the system, but Some of them have magic daylight be just like regular light because you need that extra quality to kill vampires. Like you need a spell that can kill vampires to invoke daylight, like proper daylight to kill them, because artificial light like doesn't work on them. But it all depends on the game and the system. If daylight is a radiant, I don't necessarily know if daylight is considered having that kind of special material to it. Why not just use a stake? It might depend on a lot of factors, honestly. It might depend on a lot of factors for the vampire. But, I mean, the entire purpose of this was considering whether or not you could make a golem powered on solar power. Which I still think could work. I still think that could work. Stakes aren't enough to kill. Yeah, that's true too. I think, for instance, Vampire the Masquerade, a stake is only for... Basically, it's hitting a pause button on it. You're not killing them by doing that. And I think even in one of the other books that I read, a 1800s book? I say book. 1800 story. The stake was only useful for keeping them pinned down, essentially, until daylight. No, I think garlic was just kind of something they don't like. And that's not even across the board. Sometimes garlic doesn't work like that. It's more of like a personal ew than a, like, racial ew. Or again, like maybe it doesn't actually repulse them that heavily. Stakes are still really good, but they don't kill. They don't kill. It really depends on the type of creature. Silver? I want to say... Doesn't that depend on the... really heavily depends on the game. Yeah. Because the whole thing about mirrors was that they're silverbacks, so they can't be seen, but at the same time... I don't know if it's normally spelled out that silver bullets have an extra effect against vampires. Usually that's just werewolves. Italian vampires? I just want to say, they could theoretically be, like, allergic. It would be a little painful to be an Italian vampire like that, but you could still make it work. Just substitute for another thing, maybe. Not garlic. I'm thinking that there's something else that's kind of similar to garlic, but isn't quite as strong. You could theoretically... Okay, if you're if you're a vampire like that, what about the case of ramps? Are ramps okay? Like, onion is not a garlic. There's another thing I'm thinking of. Unless I'm thinking it's an onion-like not creature, onion-like food. I just had this the other day. It was from the same sort of family. So you might say it's mental damage for the silver. Reminding them of the beast inside. That they are no longer human. Shallot! Yes! I'm thinking of shallot. But a shallot is more like not an onion than not a garlic, isn't it? Yeah, shallot is closer to an onion. Sorry. So for someone who has trouble with onion, they'll probably have less trouble with a shallot. Probably? At least that's what I found. What is the difference between an onion and a shallot? A shallot's like garlic grown in clusters, and they're more like cloves. Yeah, there's probably something else that you could have that is similar to garlic, akin to ramps, but doesn't quite give that same sort of feeling. And there's also the whole case of, like, can a vampire even eat? No, they can't, so what's the entire point of that entire thought process? Oh. Unless they just want, like, they eat blood, they drink blood. You don't eat blood. It's not solid. In most cases, unless you're having blood pudding or something. And speaking of that, there's someone who is desperately hungry. They are British. Hey, it's not just the British that have blood pudding. It's not just the British that have blood pudding. There's also blood soups. I thought it was blood mung, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Blood smoothie. In Twilight. In Twilight, they could also walk during the day. They weren't very vampire-y. Blutwurst. There's a lot of things you can make out of blood. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And also sometimes they just taste good. I used to not like blood pudding, but I've accepted it. I've grown to like it. But blood smoothie, though, I guess if you... Blood pudding? Yeah, black pudding. There's white pudding too, which has less blood in it. But yeah, black pudding. It comes in tubes, or, you know, it doesn't have to be a tube exactly, but basically just like a long sausage thing, shape type thing. It doesn't have a skin on it necessarily. After this next one, I'm going to have to go feed someone there. It's about their dinner time. And I could probably do with another drink. Multiple haggis be called? I don't know what the plural of haggis is. It's not something that I've ever really entertained. A pet vampire? No. It was just the cats. I live with a bunch of cats. And they need to be fed. They don't drink blood as far as I know. Thinking about it, though, it's kind of a... Well, actually, they were going bonkers over something the other day, and I don't remember what it was. Was it egg? I think they were going bonkers over egg. Kind of strange. They don't go bonkers for the blood pudding, though. Okay. So, next one, before I go off, real quick. A kraken. So, a kraken is considered a twisted experiment, and it's solitary and huge. This is one of those cases now. How about Deep Blue Sea, but with krakens instead of sharks? It has giant tentacles for D10 plus 5 damage, 20 hit points, and 2 armor. A werewolf vampire hybrid? That would be a twisted experiment for sure. The thing is that you're starting with... Okay, I guess it's no worse than some other cases in here where you're starting with creatures that already have a marked intelligence. It's more of a problem of them being powerful enough on their own that you have to either bargain with them to allow it to happen, or you have to disarm them enough. Oh, Underworld. So you're talking... All I can think of is Samuel Haidt. I think, depending on where you are, it might be a case of it fails. Hello, how are you doing, Anystar? So, Samuel Haidt. Thank you for the follow, Alien Zinton. Yeah, he's a... Samuel Haidt is a... He's a character from White Wolf's World of Darkness, and he is a... I believe... I don't know what he started as, but essentially he just started, like, earning his way through all the different splat books. He counts as like a hunter and a vampire and a werewolf, or like a not a werekin, like a kinfolk to werewolves. And also, I don't know if I think he did count as a mage too. I don't know if he made his way into changeling or not, but he was just like an OP bullshit machine. He was an NPC. He was an NPC. It was kind of a stamp mark of like what not to do in your game setting. He's a wizard too. Yeah, he's a mage. A She-Hulk? I do not look like it. I don't. I don't look like She-Hulk. I'm green, yeah, but I'm not like bulky. Give me a second. Let me. Oh, blanket. Okay, real quick, and I'll put the book away really quick too. Where did I put the book? Okay, there we go. I'm not that bulky. Like, really. Okay, with the lighting, it's hard to see, but like, no, not bulky. Not bulky. I'm not a goblin either. I'm an elf. I just happen to be green. I just happen to be green. No bully. No bully. I'm a garden elf. The flowers in my hair and the flowers on the dress are real. They're part of me. Think of it like, I guess it'd be okay. I have hair already on my head, right? But the flowers are kind of like hair. It would hurt like a little bit to pull them off, but if I cut them or something like that, it doesn't hurt. It depends if you're pulling at the roots. The roots of the flowers. Not like a dryad. A dryad is attached to a specific tree, you know? I'm a free elf. I'm a free elf. I'm a free elf. A lover, not a fighter. I guess that's a way of putting it, considering Monster Girls. It's kind of a case of like, okay, so do elves really count as Monster Girls? I never really thought so. I never really thought so. Elves are elves. Dwarves are dwarves. Not Monster Girls. I don't have to be bulky to be strong. That's true, but I am far from bulky anyway. I'm far from bulky, and also I'm not particularly strong. Book blanket. Let me make sure that the blanket's on right. Let me straighten it up a little bit. A little bit more like this. Nope. To make sure it pins on the right spot. I think this might just be the best I can do anyway. Nope, that's even worse. The problem of having too much movement. Okay, I think this is better. I think this is high enough. It's more like a fae type thing. Think of me as a fae creature. My highest stat? Luck. I'm an NPC. I have a luck stat. Magic and pretentiousness. Let me stretch the arm. And there's also the whole thing. So like a dryad, I have older siblings, older sibling elves. And some of them are married to humans, so there's that entire thing too. That entire thing. There are some half elf nibblings running around. Luck stat. I want to say my very first tweet was something about I remember phrasing it very, very carefully to not give anything away. And yeah, that was an early trick I pulled on someone, taking their name. I haven't done that in a while though. Feel like they don't catch on. For Prisma? Maybe. I like the lug stat a lot though. I like focusing on that. And there's also, you might not be able to fully see it in the lighting. If I do something really quickly, you might be able to see it a little better because it's a little dark right now. Can I turn up the brightness just a little bit? I'm not gonna, if I look there, it looks a little creepy. So you can see I have a 4-leaf clover as part of my necklace. It's something that my godmother gave me. It wasn't something I asked for, it's something that my godmother gave me. My godmother Chehime. Chehime Che. Which I think actually Hazmat is your mother, right? Chehime? So you can blame her. You can blame her. Your touch. Online ID. The power associated with the name is all that you give it, though. For VTuber, though, that's quite a bit of power in a name. It's a lot of power in a name. Okay. So the Kraken. I don't know. We were just talking about it. I wasn't taking it to mean like the American style where like, yeah, I'm Dutch, and it's kind of, oh, do you live in like this particular part of Holland? And it's kind of a case of, no, I live in Pennsylvania. It's like, yeah, you're of Dutch descent then. Especially for, I feel like VTubers, like if they say they're like Italian or something, I take it to mean that they're actually in Italy. They're from Italy. More of a Celtic elf than a Nordic elf. I suppose so. I live in the Americas right now, though. I live in the Americas, if you couldn't tell by the accent. I am kind of jealous, though, of the Dutch with their cycling. I'm very, very, very jealous. I've seen photos. I've gone Google Maps searching through there, and it's just a case of it's so cute. Even your suburbs, even your suburbs are surprisingly walkable compared to what I've seen. I've done comparisons of I think I'm thinking of the right. Okay, so it's called Flevoland, right? And I've been told at the same time, like, do not speak of that place. That is the Florida of the Netherlands. It's not something that it's a good thing to be compared to. Flevoland? Flevoland. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Yeah, that. So, I was comparing it to someplace else in terms of how it's laid out to compare like how American cities are compared against Netherlands areas. I say American cities. American areas are compared to Netherland, Dutch countries, Dutch areas, and how they're organized, how spread out they are, and if I'm not pronouncing it right, Flevoland was kind of similar to someplace else in terms of density, but the way that it was laid out was vastly different, considering the density was the same overall. And Yeah, I thought I was making kind of like, not a favorable comparison exactly, but like it wasn't supposed to be a bad one. But then hearing from the Dutch person being like, no, Flevoland sucks. It's not a compliment to be compared to them. But then again, it looks so tiny. It looks so tiny. But again, the country in general is small. But yeah, so Flevoland is like all together. It's a lot of green on Google Maps. It's a huge amount of green, and it is, if you like go and put a marker on it in that green, it's not even like it's not it's actual farmland and stuff like that. So it seems like a lot of people live more so in a few like town cities there, and then like big gaps in between of Greenland, green space, versus the other area where it was a lot more people with their own little fiefdoms, that sort of feeling to it. Everyone has their own standalone house with, they have their own, ranging from like half acre to acre or 2 or 5 of land, depending. Much more common for it to be like a quarter of an acre through 1 acre per person, or not per person, per house, versus here where people have essentially a townhouse to themselves. It's so flat. Yeah, but there are other areas comparing it to didn't have a great density in term, or not density, it didn't have a great difference in height either. Like, and most it goes from like 0 to 200 feet above elevation. I want to say the area I was comparing it against was before cars as well. It wasn't on the West Coast, it was East Coast, with houses that are from the 1600s, potentially. Much less common than other houses. I live in a century home, for instance, which has its own problems because people were a little shorter back then, but that's fine by me. It's fine by me. And it means that some of the materials of the house are thicker than other portions where it's got great soundproofing, but at the same time, knob and tube. Or at least it used to have knob and tube. And actually having to have a fireplace for warmth. It actually used to have 2 fireplaces, but one was removed. I don't know if I could reinstate that one, though. That's where the cooler currently is. Oh, thank you for the follow, Funky Bruno. Sorry I missed that earlier. Hello, Dirk. How are you? But, so, just that there are some areas of the US where they could do this, but cars have taken over. And it's a bit... It's hard to pull that out. It's hard to pull that out. I would very much like my area that I live in is not metropolitan per se. I don't need a car to live. A car makes some things vastly easier, but I could use solely a bicycle. However, it's in an area where not too many other people do that, despite it being as tight as it is. So it's a bit dangerous. It's a bit dangerous. You don't have... No, are you kidding? I know some people who've never had a license. It depends on if you live in a city or not. If you live in, say, New York City or Philadelphia, you don't need a license. You could be fine there. And there are some other city areas too where you can live. It may not be pleasant necessarily if you're relying on certain systems like bus systems in some cities, especially on the... I'm thinking I live on the East Coast of America, so there's a bit more... I think that their public transportation systems are not great in most small cities, but they still kind of exist. Versus, I think, out west, it's a hellhole. I've lived in LA for a brief amount of time. Driving was a nightmare. I think public transportation would have been worse than that. Yes, there are also public transportation systems. There are train lines. Yeah, there are train lines and subways in some places. And there used to be a lot more train lines. And some train lines have been converted into other systems for not public transportation, but not translated into a like car road. So like there's that, which is kind of nice. If there's no cops around, you don't need a license. When I was much younger, we did do that very, very briefly, learning how to drive. Not on public roads. Not on public roads. Or rather, I say not on public roads. Not in well, a lot of people do that, right? They go to a parking lot or something, a very empty parking lot, and they learn to drive in there, right? That counts for something? I've seen that done a couple times. Escape from Light, yeah. I've driven in LA. Actually, no, I've driven in LA a few times. But thankfully, most of the time I got to avoid the big bad times, except for once when I had to drive in a large car in traffic hour. That was hell. I never want to do that again. I honestly think I'd rather drive through. Okay, I'm just thinking. I have driven a little bit in Manhattan, and I've driven in Brooklyn as well. Brooklyn was fine in hindsight. Manhattan was kind of an oh shit, and then turn around and immediately get out sort of feeling. But it still felt a lot more relaxed in LA. I didn't understand how LA drivers do it. They're so chancy. Like, oh, it's a yellow light. 5, 6 more cars are going to go through. It was only yellow for like 1 or 2 of them. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Don't block the box. School parking lots. Certain company parking lots. I didn't realize that like sleep and autism, I guess like sleeping issues and autism went together. Only sleeping when you need to. And also, not needing lots of sleep because you have autism, is that a thing? I thought that humans usually needed like 6 to 8 hours. Yeah. Right, I was going to. It's been a half hour since. Okay. Thinking, the cats are hungry. It's been a half hour past their feeding time. I was going to finish the Kraken and then feed them. Give me a bit. Where was I left for the Kraken? Special qualities aquatic. Kraken. A cephalo what? No, boy. Not a Kraken, but the Kraken. I don't know what nonsense they taught you at school, or taught you at that school you say you're from, but here we know to respect the hungerer. Right, that's what we call it. The hungerer in the deep, to be more proper. But ain't no god. We got those too. It's a squid. A mighty squid with tentacles thicker, round than a barrel, and eyes the size of the full moon. Smart, too, the hungerer. Knows just when to strike. When you're all too drunk or too tired or run out of clean water, that's when he gets ya. No, I ain't ever seen him. I'm alive, aren't I? The instinct is to rule the ocean. Other special moves include drag a person or ship to a watery grave and wrap them in tentacles. So it's kind of a case of, wait, so they're saying the Kraken is a is a twisted experiment. There's only one of them, although with the way that they're talking about it, I guess you could make another. But there's a lot to play with here in this section, in this description. So most, I guess, sailors interpret it as one creature. You don't see multiple. But I guess if you're considering it like a proper giant squid, or akin to a giant squid, most sailors wouldn't have really seen a whole lot of them, right? And they don't often wash up on shores, do they? Even in our world. So I could see why it would be a case of there's not multiple, there's only one. Like the Leviathan. Even though deep, okay, no, it's deep blue sea, but Kraken. Because with a Kraken, you need to have a source of water for her, right? Although I guess as a wizard, it doesn't matter. Or it's a case of escapee from a water plane. You have your own little bubble. Actually, you have your own little bubble to your little plane of experiments. And let's say that your wizard also happens to have a shore house or something like that, and that's where the entrance to his laboratory is. Leviathan is more fish-like or whale-like. Also, I think Leviathan is actually a biblical figure, and Kraken is not, but I could be wrong there. And for some reason, I always think of Leviathan as like essentially like a Gyarados. Yeah. So a sea serpent that may also be so like major type is water, but theoretically could also be air. Gyarados. Like the Pokemon. Gyarados. That's essentially what I think of a Leviathan like. Gyarados. How are you supposed to pronounce it? Gyarados? Gyarados. How do they pronounce it in the show? It's been a very long time since I've seen it. A sea serpent? It is a sea serpent. But it could also, I guess, be kind of like turtley nearly. Not exactly turtley, but kind of close to it. But yeah, a lot of the old-timey maps would have a sea serpent on it, and that would be Leviathan, and it would have like a bunch of waves on, or peeking out through the waves would be a bunch of bumps of its back to show how long it is. Gyarados? It's not a Gyarados, right? Gyarados? So I'm also looking at photos of like whale bones on here. Yeah. Just thinking, so I guess it'd be a case of would Leviathan. So the classic fight is between the giant squid and the sperm whale, right? Or something like that. So would there be a similar fight between a Kraken and a Leviathan? Okay. So Leviathan is a sea serpent noted in theology and mythology. It is referenced in several books of the Hebrew Bible, including Psalms, Book of John, Book of Isaiah, the Book of Amos, and, according to some translations, the Book of Jonah. It's also mentioned in the Book of Enoch. So, yes. So I guess it's a case of it's very much a sorry, looking at the other bits about the Leviathan, if it's only referenced in the Bible, but I think it's referenced in other things. They may not be exactly that by name, though. I'm not like terribly brushed up on this sort of mythology, honestly. Thank you for the PC specs. It's I needed an upgrade. So it's actually going to be coming up on the 2nd anniversary of this PC's existence. And now it's still a case of like, do I upgrade more? Do I need to? I don't quite think I need to upgrade some bits. The one thing I've been told I should upgrade is space, but it's kind of, I'm not out yet. Also, actually, I should probably tear apart my old laptop. I really need to tear apart my old laptop. I still have to figure out what to do with my spicy pillows. I really don't know what to do with them. Like how to dispose of them legally, properly. Who wants to deal with them? I mean, in a way, isn't it? Isn't the Old Testament mythology? Like, what makes it not mythology? What makes it not mythology? What defines mythology? Collection of myths of a group of people. I think it would fit. I think the definition would fit still. And some people use mythos, but I've mostly only heard that for, as they've noted, like Lovecraftian mythos. Modern stuff. Obviously fictional. People still don't believe in? I want to say that's a bit dismissive. There are some things that people would consider myths that other people still believe in. But in any case, actually, I have to go feed some people. I have to feed some cats. So I will be back. I brought someone back with me again. And he is... No, you don't. Don't do that. Be good. Come on. You don't get to touch that. Ow. Gross. I'm going to guess you can only hear him purring when I'm talking. Oh, and maybe if I turn down the music again. You can't hear the kisses. Oh, this cat. I love how accepting he is. But at the same time, it's very frustrating because nearly nothing is a punishment. It's a case of like, I know someone who, I guess, to like punish the cat, they stuffed him in the shirt. Like they had an oversized shirt that they would wear, so they like put the cat basically in the shirt with them, and it made the cat unhappy, but not unhappy to like hurt them, I guess. And this cat would actually probably accept it. Like, so he's actually in the blanket with me right now. He actually is. He's not outside of it. He likes being bundled up with me. He sticks his head out, right? Yeah? He likes being under the covers. He likes being swaddled. Hey. Hi? The thing is, will he settle properly so I can get back to reading? Yeah, he likes hugs. He likes warm hugs. That's gross. Hi. Hmm. I wish I could set it so that, like, when he's on the screen, I could have it head pat him instead of me. I wish. I wish. Okay, will you settle? Will you settle? Do you want more pets? Or not pets, but like, I don't know what to call it when I do like the head rubs like this. On his head. The headache. I could understand that. Mm. I used to sometimes get like really, really bad headaches. The kind where it's kind of, let's just go back to bed and pretend this day didn't happen. We're going to skip this entire day. There's no point to it. I haven't had that happen in a very, very long time, thankfully. All right. Settle down. Be a good boy and settle down. Settle down. What? Come on. You're all bundled up. Oh, okay. Now you get it. Now you get it. Okay. He's down for the count. He's using my arm as a rest, so I can maybe move this into some situation, better situation. It might look a little funny. Can I sit up? Nuzzle? Yeah, yeah. I need to adjust my position a little bit though. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so he's sometimes before he was sitting up on the table, and now he's laying down on the table in my arms with the blanket over him, wrapped, draped. He's using my arm as a rest. And he isn't quite like using my arm also as a, not, I guess like a body pillow type thing, like using my arm as a rest and my arm going through so that it's like my wrist is on his chest and my hand is on his stomach, that sort of thing. That's a pose he really likes. He likes that kind of thing. He doesn't always like belly rubs, but sometimes it's okay when it's just that sort of full body hug. He's super happy. He's super possessive. He likes doing this with me. I don't know if he would do it with other people, but he hasn't had much opportunity to. He hasn't had much opportunity to. It's a lot easier now. I used to have a laptop and there wasn't a lot of room. But here I can, in the garden, I can push some things out of the way to make room for him. And I'd much rather have him between me and the keyboard than have him between the keyboard and the monitor. This way, I've got a bit more control. He's in my arms. He cannot escape unless I want him to. He, for the belly rub thing. I know it's not his favorite thing, but he's accepting of it in this position. His tail is actually telling me he's not enjoying it. So I'll just refrain from petting and just like let the hand rest there because that's where the hand goes in general. It's not my fault that he's in this pose. It's not my fault. What? Did I just hide something? I did just hide something. Okay. Let's unhide. Or did I delete it? I may have deleted it. I was holding the wrong key. I couldn't see what key I was holding. There we go. Okay, that may have looked a little funny. Yeah, I was holding the wrong key. I was trying to hold one set, but it was covered by blanket and cat, so I couldn't tell. I have to relearn how to touch type holding a cat. Okay, so we finished the Kraken. What do we have next? We have the Manticore. Oh, I should also because I have to slouch a bit more with the cat, I have to move the mic, and I'm hoping that doesn't end up breaking the connection with the mic. So give it a second. Hello? Okay, great. It didn't break. A manticore is... Good question. Let's see if they even give it a description in a minute. A manticore is solitary, large, and construct. It has a stinger for D10 damage plus 1 piercing. Or rather, D10 damage... Sorry. It is D10 plus 1 damage, 1 piercing, 16 hit points, and 3 armor, with attack tags of close, reach, and messy, and special qualities as wings. In my mind, a manticore is what? It's a lion-faced creature with a stinger tail on wings. So it's kind of like a chimera, but not multiple-headed. It's another creature that is made up of a bunch of other bits. A very classic twisted experiment type of thing. Very easily point to it and say a wizard did it. A wizard had a dream. Oh no, you don't get to drink my tea. He's gone. He is gone. It was this. Okay. He's gone. He is no more with me. He has moved on to pining at the gate. He's pining at the gate. Okay. Meow? Meow, is this it? Yeah, he's not. There's nothing that interesting in this tea for him. I came back with a tea from the break along with having fed them, and it's the blood orange Dazan this time. Blood orange tea. No, actually, I don't think there's any actual tea in it, but it's not even like blood orange is a major ingredient in this. But I didn't think that cats like citrus. I thought that was something that they disliked. Oh, also thank you for the follow, Mr. Teeny Weeny McQueenie. Oh, I thought that bitter apple was one of those things that also was supposed to keep cats off. Like, if you don't want them to chew on things, you coat it in a bitter apple spray. And if you don't want them dealing with it, you could also have a citrus spray. They don't like it. But I haven't done a whole lot of... I haven't had a huge amount of experiences like that. having to use that kind of content against cats. I have tried the tinfoil method for keeping cats off of counters. I guess it kind of worked, but not well enough. Not well enough. I think you need to like take the tinfoil down or something because it didn't really keep down well enough to keep them off. How is it supposed to work? It's supposed to keep them. I guess they're not supposed to like the feeling of it on their paws for the tinfoil. I think that's how it's supposed to work. And also the noise. The noise is not like good. So multi-pronged approach. Okay, so we did the Kraken. We're doing Manticore. Manticore. So, Manticore. If the Chimera is the first step down a dark path, the Manticore is a door that can't be closed once it's been opened. A lion, a scorpion, the wings of a drake. All difficult to obtain, but not impossible, and just animals anyway. The last component, the hissing, hateful face of the beast, is the ingredient that makes a manticore so cruel. Young or old, man or woman, it matters not but that they are human, living and breathing, married to the creature with twisted magic. All sense of who they are is lost, and maybe that's a blessing, for the beast is born from human suffering. No wonder then that they're all so eager to kill. Instinct to kill. Other moves include poison them, rip something apart. That's right, I suppose they can have humanoid faces. Thinking, so there's a Japanese yokai. Well, I say Japanese yokai. There's a yokai that has a man's face. It's a dog. It's supposed to be an ugly kind of creature. It's an ugly yokai. And just thinking a manticore is kind of similar to that in a respect with a human face, and getting probably rejection from that. So, a human, a chimera that includes a human. A chimera that includes a human seems to be a key point of this. I think you could alter it then too, in terms of maybe not exactly how it functions, but like how it looks. You can twist it. But the way that they're just, oh, Drake, it's just an animal anyway, and it's kind of a case of, yes, I suppose in this kind of world, the Drake is just another creature. It's not particularly magical, is it, when you think of Drake? The next creature is an owlbear. And it is solitary, construct is classic. It has claws for D10 damage, 12 hit points, 2 armor, and the only range it has is close. A drake, more like a black bear? No. Drake is more like a wyvern-esque kind of lizard dragon, light dragon, isn't it? An owl bear. Oh, they explain what an owl bear is. Owl bear. Body of a bear, feathers of an owl, beak, claws, and excellent night vision. What's not to love? Instinct to hunt. Other moves include Strike from Darkness. Yes, owlbears are probably more of a beginner's kind of. So I was talking about, like, okay, so Manticore Chimera, what's earlier than a chimera in terms of, oh, Yatton. The Yatton would be another case of, like, introduction to uh, wizardly experiments on this sort. And an owlbear is another one that would be really early on, wouldn't it? Because there's only two types of creatures. Only two types of creatures. It's fairly useful. It's classic. And also, I would imagine that acquiring the materials would be easier than acquiring the giants. And if you need to get rid of it as well, it's not terribly difficult. And also, you can just unleash them. What's the invasive species? Invasive species, owlbears. Who's gonna question it? Who's gonna question it? From a food chain standpoint, where they're not the top, where they're close to the top, you mean? Because I don't think that the black bear is necessarily the very top, but it occupies a higher position than other predators. Although, actually, a black bear isn't strictly predator, right? It's omnivorous. Is there something else that would occupy that same spot but be a strict carnivore? Ah, that's fair. I mean, in that case, then a wolf is the same sort of mark, isn't it? It's considered a pest creature by modern standards. Like, I think of it too as like, are moose pests? A great reason. Yeah! Always an excuse to hire adventures. Your friend had a whistle and was, what, basically calling the owlbears down? It's like a safety whistle, except it's not. I guess it's the opposite of a safety whistle then. Like, who is he expecting to attract with a whistle? Or he thought that it would scare them off instead of attracting them more? What is the thing with the bears? It's supposed to be, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. If it's white, good night. Isn't that how it goes? So he was training it like a black bear where it was fight back, except all he was doing was whistling. Actually, all I can think about, so for owlbears then, is that a case where you could, like, if you describe it as a black bear type bear base, knowing what to do, that would be. You could make up your own saying for that if you want, or you could just use the currently existing one. One thing I haven't seen a whole lot of is campaigns that set in Frozen North. Or South, I suppose. I know that there's Icewind Dale as a basis, but I don't hear a whole lot of like home campaigns necessarily being initially set in cold areas. So just thinking of seeing more like polar owlbears. I suppose a lot of people start campaigns in more of a classic forest, hills, grass, plains type place. More than anything else. What kind of owl? Because I don't know as much about owls. I know very little about owls, aside from very small owls and big owls. Great horned owls, barred owls. Are there like pygmy owls too? And I think for a human dealing with a creature, I think the bear is the bigger threat than the owl portion. You don't have people estimating what kind of owl it is in order to figure out if they need to, how to fend it off. And you don't just give up if you see an owl. You don't just be like, yep, I'm dead. It wants to kill me. There's no fucking way. I'm not outrunning it. I'm not scaring it off. It's going to eat me. A snowy owl? That could work. That could work. I feel like I need to play a bit more of the birding game. Identifying, well, not identifying birds. The card game. Wingspan. I don't run into the predator birds in that game very often. Got a surge in popularity. It was a campaign base for Adventurers League, right? For one of the later seasons, I think. But I heard people upset about how some of the things turned out with that, so I didn't bother. I mean, I have the source book. I have the source book, but I haven't really read a whole lot into it. Also, I've never read any Drizzt books. The only reason my very first introduction to Drizzt is it was Baldur's Gate 2, I believe. Again, I never played much of the game. I played very, very little of the game, like not even past the first screen, I would imagine. But I read the book, the guidebook, and they mention, well, there's a section because Drizzt is in the book, so there's that entire thing. So that was my introduction to Drizzt through reading about the section that he's in Baldur's Gate 2. All pre-made adventures are trash. They have useful things in them, though. You can steal. Just take what you want. Give nothing back. I remember there's some stat blocks in some scenarios that I've taken from pre-mades. Trying to remember what my favorite thing that I stole from a pre-made adventure was. I say stole, it's kind of, well, it's borrowing. You just make it yours. You make it fit. I took a pre-made adventure from, I think it's what, dmscale.com, and I altered it to fit my world. I changed a few things, but I used the general concept of it in the maps. It's really nice being able to, like, they provide the floor plans for it, and then just pretty them up. Not terribly difficult. I like doing that too. What else? That one wasn't so bad, but the balance was a bit, I say the balance to it ended up being really bad because a mix between how the players acted and how it was written. It was really awkward. It turned into an unwinnable fight, unfortunately. What else? There's a couple of Adventures League stuff that's kind of fun that would be great fit into larger campaigns, but they're just more like little one-shots. There's a particular one that I ran. It was one I ran for Halloween, and it was essentially a carnival theme. It was a carnival theme, so there was a kind of an interstitial where you were supposed to make up carnival games for people to play. And the finale was in a mirror maze. The finale was in a mirror maze, and that was really fun to build out. So I found someone had made a companion piece for maps, so I grabbed that. I made other maps for the entire thing. I grabbed music for it. and it was fun to run. It would have been better suited as part of a larger campaign as like an aside though, because it helped encourage like character bonds between each other. But it was a large adventurers league, not quite West Marches kind of thing, but people signed up for sessions and they never necessarily used that character again, or they never interacted with the same people again. So you just built a bunch of bonds with people that are going to get kind of tossed out because you're not going to see them again. So that was a bit rough. Bahamut rank with dragons? Isn't he king dragon? Like king god dragon? Like highest dragon there is? Surrounded by the 7 canaries. Drakes are bottom, wyverns are middle, and true dragons are at the top. There's also the concept of, I guess, like, is a drake a fire lizard type thing? Or could they be fire lizards? Like pseudo dragons, I suppose. Is that the way that they're called in D&D? Pseudo dragons. I'm used to seeing them as fire lizards. Basically, like small pet dragon type things that never really grow very big, and they're never very threatening. They're kind of intelligent, but not super intelligent, so it's okay to have one as a companion or a pet. Some groups like differentiate between different types of dragons. So like there's also I think a Drake Rider thing or Ranger for war 5e in D&D. So I think the interpretation there is it's not a true dragon. It's not a traditional dragon that fits in the color chart, nor is it ever going to be capable of, I guess think of it more like a super advanced mount. It's not going to be shape changing anytime soon. You don't have to worry about the intelligence level getting so high that it's going to be an issue. Do they hoard gold? That's, I don't know. I guess not. But not all dragons hoard gold necessarily, right? The mounts for the game. So I think for the Ranger, the Drake Rider one, it doesn't start out as a mount, but after a certain point it will grow. Like once the Ranger hits like level 5 or something, 5 or 7, it will grow into a large creature, and then you can use it as a mount. Unless of course you start as a small creature, in which case it could be a mount for a halfling or a gnome or a kobold. It could be a kobold riding a dragon or riding a drake. I say this, I feel like it came out in a book. I have it feels bad to say this, I have D&D Beyond. It is canceled. It's just that it hasn't run out yet, so I don't feel bad about using it right now. Let's see. It is a Drake Warden. I don't know what book it's from, but the Drake Warden, it's a 3rd level thing that you get. Like you pick Drake Warden at 3. A pseudo dragon. Yeah, riding a pseudo dragon. Yeah, I guess if you are like, if you're a wizard and you can turn into like a spider or something, yeah, you can ride your pseudo dragon as a familiar. 5e tools. I've done okay for 5. For running things through Roll20, 5e tools was supremely 5e tools was supremely useful. I had a bunch of additional tools, I'm going to call it, to make my games run faster and set up faster. Way faster. But for usually like planning out beforehand, I would use D&D Beyond because that was where I had everything already stored. You could do it for. You could use an owl as a mount. It might still be better than a pseudo dragon. Are their stats that bad? I never really looked into the pseudo dragon. Whenever I've had wizards, they tend to pick. Well, I picked an owl. I picked an owl, and once I was able to negotiate a. What is the flying cat familiar? There's a name for it. I used to remember it. So AL style, it was a case of if you ran so many games as a dungeon master, you could trade in for special things like certain types of special items or better familiars for a character. So I ran enough games as a GM to trade in, like, I think I ran 3, so I was able to trade in so that my wizard in the AL games could have a Tressum. Yes, it was Tressum. So they could have a Tressum familiar. Yeah, I mean, it worked. It worked. Sort of. It sort of worked, I should say. It wasn't. Look, if I wanted a meta pick, also, it was for a character that barely got any play. It was for a character that barely got any play. I basically only created that wizard for a. Everyone was supposed to start at level 1, tier 1. Well, level 1. Have a good night, Alien Zinton. You were supposed to start at level 1 and work your way through the tiers. So my original character had made it to tier 2. Some people had made it to tier 3. And there was someone who was nude playing, but not as many people were available to play. So a bunch of us started second characters to join them. And so we ended up with a band of like 3 or 4 wizards and I think a fighter and some other marshal. Like 4 of us showed up with wizards. So I only really played her if that wizard character, if I needed to. And also, she wasn't like super meta. I don't think that like tiefling wizards are meta, are they? I don't think they are. I also went necromancer with her again. Although we did after that first game that we played with the wizards, we did sit down. 3 to 4 wizards. The DM had a policy of like, okay, in between, because you all like grouped together or whatever, you can trade amongst yourselves for whatever. So we all sat down and took advantage of everything to like trade spells. Trade spells for cheap, copying from each other's school books. That was worthwhile. That was fun. Because how often would that happen again? And thank you, Nareth, for the follow. I've almost never multiclassed. The only time I've multiclassed has been in Gestalt games, where you have to multiclass. Like, that's the basis of the entire thing. You build the 2 classes at the same time. And also, that was 3.5, so it was Gestalt plus Prestige classes on top. It was a GM that, for the AL stuff, it's because it was run almost to the letter AL. So let me grab out an AL adventure real quick. So what was a good one? I didn't get to run Pudding's Fair. The map with no names? No, not Harridan Hills Far. I don't think it was Harridan Hills Far. No, it could not have been. It was not tier 2, was it? I think I... Did I pull out the ones that I actually used? I didn't. Don't think. I don't think I did. It was not tier 3. It was definitely not tier 3. It must have been a tier 1 thing, and maybe it was a Harridan Hills Fire. Hmm. None of these look right. None of these look right. Chaotic tieflings are huge cop-outs. She was a lawful, neutral tiefling. She was... she was from a noble family. She had noble backgrounds. It was, you know, the typical, like, black sheep of the family thing. The, like, you know, occasionally pops up in the family. And then what do you do with it? What do you do with the tiefling? Hmm? No, it's not Hillsfire Reclaimed. Again, I really thought that it was... I guess I don't have the document anymore for it? Oh, no, it's No Foolish Matter. Okay, that's what it is. So No Foolish Matter is the one of the ones I ran. Let me check. They're not a bad, like, using the Adventurers League stuff is not a bad starting point for, like, a one-shot if you have a smallish group. Like, they're supposed to be able to fit up to 7 people. 7 people is, like, way too many. You shouldn't be starting with that. And this gets rather long with 7 people. It can be hard to pace. But it gives you nice spaces for characters. It's small enough that if the players decide to, like, completely fuck off, it's not too big of a deal. And some of them actually have, like, each adventure is kind of written a little bit differently. Some of them are really well planned out and some of them aren't, so you kind of have to find the ones that are written very well. Because there is one I remember that was, like, actually written as if it were a 3.5 adventure. Like, it was calling for, it wasn't talking about, like, fire resistance, but it was like, it was written like 3.5 notation. So the concept of, like, okay, you just like fire damage, subtract 5 fire damage though, because it's weaker or something like that. Meta murder hobo. Most of the ones I've seen have been, I think, to be charisma monsters, but not necessarily for, like, I'm gonna be a bard. The first tiefling that I've played with, or first tiefling in a game I played with, did it because he was doing a warlock. So his name was Chance. He's Chance. He's not dead yet. The game's just on very, very long hold, I hope. But just a tiefling named Chance, a gambler, if you will, who makes really, really bad bets. Classic hope. But most of the other ones I've seen haven't really been like that, I feel like. Thank you, that lives for the follow. Even the bards that I've played with, most of them have not been obnoxious. Most of them have been rather tempered in that regard. I played a game that had 4 characters, 2 of them were bards. There was, I would say, like, very, very little romantic interplay at all in that game between PCs and between NPCs. They were more, I think they were both the same type of bard, but they were lore bards. Maybe not lore bards. They were the kind that got like extra magical secrets. So they were able to differentiate themselves pretty well. They didn't know what each other was bringing to the table. Everyone showed up with their character, and it's kind of like, oops, two bards. And more of a case of like one was going to be like, oh no, I'll switch. And it's kind of like, no, we can make this cool. We can make this really cool. So they were two bards who were in a band together, and they didn't know that each of them was a spy. Not for the same sides, but not working against each other either. It wasn't that kind of thing. It was just more of a unrelated factions. Mm-hmm. Although it did turn out that they were kind of at odds with each other, but one of them was really good at keeping it under wraps. He kept it under wraps until the very end of the campaign. Like 25 sessions worth. Not quite. They were both like, okay, one of them was a half-elf bard, and his player was nice. They're both the players were very nice people. But his character was also like kind. And smart. Thoughtful is a good way of putting it. He was a thoughtful person. The other character was a halfling bard, and his character seemed dumb. His character seemed really dumb. Like, I don't want to say high wisdom, low intelligence, because sometimes his wisdom was really, like, maybe more like average wisdom. So, kind of more of a comedy duo kind of thing going on there, where you had the straight man and the like crazy one a little bit. That was more of their interplay. It turned out the crazy one, like the dumb seeming one, was actually like kind of halfway to being a mastermind. In terms of plot strings, he was apparently the entire time part of a cult that was trying to bring back an ancient dragon lich. And he had made a deal with the devil, a literal devil, to try to he was trying to gain the secrets of like dragon raising lich stuff. And that was the contract he made, but he didn't tell us. He told us that he made a contract for something completely different, and like, I believed him. Well, I kind of believed him, but I couldn't tell that was his ultimate aim. Oh, I want to say the life smart, the crazy one was not life smart. He wasn't. He was not. He would often be pointing out things like he would be taking the side of something that would be seemingly obviously evil. Like, you can't just judge this thing because it's a zombie. And it's kind of like, bro, it's trying to eat your brains. This person is literally raising up an army and doesn't seem to care who gets hurt. We have a pretty good reason to believe she's the cause, that this entire village is missing their children because she stole them and turned them into zombie kids. She's not a nice lady, bro. It's kind of no. It's just what he did. Unless you're calling the like thoughtful one as the he wasn't. The thing is, like, it never came off like that. It never seemed weird. He just seemed like dumb. He was like a puppy. It came off more like a puppy, and he was it never came off like he was trying to get anything more out of it, or even that he was like particularly in love or lusting after an NPC. That was just kind of his shtick. And I want to say that player in particular, it was kind of part of their. It's something that they like to do. They like to not necessarily. How to put this? Evil. Define evil. Like, what is evil? That kind of thing is a common question for them. So that appears often in their characters too. And thank you, Lozen, for the follow. Yeah, no, I play the I Can Fix Her character. But more like as a daughter. Like, I could fix her. Or a son. I can fix them. Let's see. How much did No Foolish Matter, the AL adventure, give you? So. So, it gives you like 100 gold for shards of silvered glass. It gives you alias payment, which is 50, and a reward from someone else for 150. Plus, you get some magic items that you could theoretically like take. And you also get downtime too, which can be done as you wish. And you don't necessarily get all the treasure rewards. It depends on how you acted through the course of the game. But there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get them, honestly. If you understand. AL games, I guess, also take a little bit of getting used to, depending on how strict you run them. Like, there's a pitter-patter to them. A pattern. So, like, if you know what you're looking for, you can hit most of the beats. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he was. He was the evil subjective bro. Like, sure, I'm worshipping the god of, like, I'm worshipping the god of shadows, but are they really evil? There's nothing wrong with shadows. Thank you, mostly apathetic, for the follow. Okay. How convincing? Not very. Not very at all. They very, very rarely got someone on their side as a PC. Although the player, like the person behind the character, when they GM though, they were able to like not enforce like good and evil, but they ran a campaign where it was actually a Dungeon World campaign, and Dungeon World has like a more strict like good evil alignment system a bit. So there's a paladin who has an ability to basically point or ask God, ask the world what here is evil. And so I did that once, and our man, well, our woman actually, our woman here, the person who's all like this define good, define evil, all that stuff. When I asked her, what here is evil? Immediately pointing to the evil party member. No qualms. In other instances in Dungeon World where it was a case of like only the good may pass here, and there was like some massive trickery involved with getting our evil party member to pass as good. We weren't planning it. The evil party member put it into play. Like, they were able to basically make a wish to make themselves seem good, essentially. And like that was literally the only way they could pass, because otherwise they were going to get demolished during that section. Yeah, one thing that really helped me with understanding that was the Book of Vile Deeds, because there is a section in there that defines what is evil. Because I was actually in 3.5 playing a character where you to have a certain class, you cannot be good. You cannot be capital G good. So I was kind of waffling on the no, she's not good, she's just neutral. And then actually reading through the Book of Vile Deeds and seeing the check marks, and it's kind of like, oh, fuck, she's evil. She's capital E evil. She's just not an asshole about it. But it's okay, because according to that book, 3/5 of the party was evil. But it's okay because we got along and we weren't assholes. And the DM was fine for that. The DM helped us, a lot of us, build our characters to be efficient at what we did. We were meta for certain values of meta. I would say that we were all meta, except like I was the most meta. He could build me for my classes picked, which he like he pointed to me to the build ish, and I was still like middling, simply because the class was that bad. Yeah. It was useful to me. I was playing a Fiendbinder, so it was very helpful. The world. No, the only thing you could ask as a paladin was, what here is evil? There are other abilities that let you ask other questions, but mine was just, what here is evil? Which wouldn't have come up very often except for that one case. Oh, I think the big thing actually then was we were fighting goblins, and out of all the things that pinged as evil in that room, another party member did, but the thing we were fighting did not. That should have been, I mean, that was a huge alarm bell, honestly. It's my character. That was a huge alarm bell. We couldn't leave him at the door, though, for that particular thing. But he figured out his own way through it. It was supposed to be like, oh, there are like 4 heroes of legend and blah blah blah, and only the reincarnations of them can like step through this door and through this hall. And we were a party of 5. So the secret evil person was kind of like, but what if there's a secret 5th member of the hero that just never made it through? And everyone else is like, the NPCs were like, no, we're pretty sure there were 4. And then he pulled his trickery off to pass through the hall and be seen as good, and they were like, holy shit, the legends were wrong. There was a secret 5th member. We just don't know which of the 5 of you it was. He upended like centuries of tradition with one trick. But yeah, seeing in the book Vile Darkness, like, there's no way for demon binding to be good, like fiend binding, I should say. Okay, then my character is evil. My character has to be evil. I think there were a few other check marks on that book, though, other than that, but yeah. I think there was also a class or 2 in there. No, it wasn't that. What else was there? I guess not. I thought that there was a particular class that was attached to a monster, but I suppose that was wrong. I think I have a tick. Yeah, I have a tick. Give me a second. Yeah, I have a tick. Something is crashing. Something is crashing. I figured out what the cause of it is, though. It's V-Bridger. V-Bridger, when it crashes, and it crashes at least once a stream, I feel like. It starts, like, freaking out a bit. Yeah. I mean, you can't... You can't plan for what the players are going to bring to the board, so I don't want to say there's no use trying, but you just have to let it happen. It's their story, too. That's their story too. I dropped the Book of Vile Darkness. Yeah, so there's defining evil and evil acts, and that was... Let's see what counts. Intent and context they talk about, gray areas, evil acts. So lying, cheating, theft, betrayal, murder, vengeance, worshipping evil gods and demons, animating the dead or creating undead, casting evil spells, damning or harming souls, consorting with fiends, creating evil creatures, using others for personal gain, greed, bullying and cowing innocents, bringing despair, tempting others. Those are all evil acts, and so it's kind of like consorting with fiends. Yeah. And and also a few other check marks in there. Not a huge amount of check marks, like smaller check marks, but in combination with the consorting with fiends, it's kind of a yeah, okay. And then there's sometimes, how to put it, consorting? What? Consorting with fiends. Being a fiend binder is, in 3.5, is a very rough proposition. So in order to pull that build off, not exactly by the book. We weren't 100% by the book. But in order to pull it off, I sometimes basically appease the fiends, I should say. They weren't necessarily demons. I appeased the fiends a bit, which is not a good thing. They were on not the tightest leash, so kind of a case of that made her, even though she was consorting with fiends, like that may not 100% be like evil, but the way that she did it was not good. So being a fiend binder by the book means that they are bound to you, but they don't like you, so they will not necessarily obey your commands as you would want them to. So in order to kind of make them a bit more friendly to her, she would, in the case of the fiend that she had, or the access to the fiends that she had a succubus fiend bound to her. So basically letting it have the last blow on someone, so to speak. Like that's gonna make her, like that's gonna improve the relationship, you know? And also in a similar case of, we're in town here, as long as you, I don't care what you get up to in this town, as long as you keep it on the down low and stay within 1 mile of me. And don't bring it back to the inn. Do not care. Do what you must. That sort of thing. Like, it's completely out of our care. Like, that made her not a good person. Asking for directions. Yeah. Asking, like... asking for help wouldn't be so bad. If it's like a minute, well, like there are options for having like minutes worth of help from demons. Like if you need a certain spell cast that you cannot cast yourself, but you know a demon who can, then having them available to cast it wouldn't be so bad. That isn't the worst, but the extended collaboration was, and what was needed to get through with that. I also want to say, in 3.5, when I say last blow, it was, I think the farthest that they went in was like a kiss. Like, that's all they needed. Surprisingly, I wouldn't say necessarily like PG, but kind of close to that. But we never delved deeply into that anyway. I suppose there's also, okay, another problem with the Fiend Binder as a concept as to being not evil Ah, she was a fiendbinder. Like, that's literal slavery. Sure, it's slavery of a fiend, but at the same time, just kind of, where do you draw the line here? Where do you draw the line here? So yeah, using others for personal gain, I suppose, is what that would be considered under. Slash, they don't actually specify that, I suppose, as an evil act. They don't. Like if I got on a cheek. I don't remember what the exact wording of it was, but it didn't really matter because it's pretty much a glossed over thing. Let's see. Where do we leave off? Okay, next one. So the next monster that we are going to be reading about real quick is the Pegasus. Something a little bit more lighthearted. The antithesis of the evil acts. This is a good creature, probably, right? Or at worst, neutral. So a Pegasus, group construct. It has sharp hooves for D8 damage, 10 hit points, and 1 armor. It has a range of close and special qualities of wings. Don't go thinking that every creature not natural born is a horrible abomination. Don't imagine for a second that they're all tentacles and screaming in blood or whatever. Take this noble beast, for example. Lovely thing, isn't it? A fine white horse with the wings of a swan. Don't look like it ought to be able to fly, but it does. The elves work miracles in their own way. They breathe true. That's the purity of elf magic at work. Hatching from little crystal eggs and bonded with their riders for life. There's still some beauty in the world, mark my words. Instinct to carry aloft. The other moves include carry a rider into the air and give their rider an advantage. So they're considered a construct, but they also breed true from eggs, or like breed true and then they hatch from eggs. It's kind of a, where is the dividing line again between construct and not construct? Because like a flesh golem is not considered a construct for some reason. And the Giralon is not a construct. A Darrow isn't. But a Bullet is? Ah, but does that exist in Dungeon World? Is the question. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Unless, let me take a... Yeah, it does not exist. Not under that word. But then again, this is also maybe not the finished document. They may have had some changes in tags. Next monster is a rust monster. Next monster is a rust monster. I'm glad this exists in this game. I haven't actually had a game where I've run into a rust monster. I'm kind of dreading it though. Someday, maybe. Someday. They are group and constructs. They have a corrosive touch for D8 damage, ignores armor, 6 hit points, 3 armor, A range of close and special qualities, corrosive touch. You want them to team up forever? Oh, for the anti-magic and the anti-rest properties. Yeah, so you're crippling marshals and crippling casters at the same time then, aren't you? And the only one who can survive is the monk. Because their fists are magical, but they also just punch really hard. What about barbarians? Also, druids perhaps? I guess druids would probably fall into the same regular pitfalls as a caster, but more so. Also, you could theoretically. There are, I want to say, the wrong type of build or of a fighter could work. I actually had, when I was starting out, in one game, I requested of my DM to start with non-metallic armor and shield because of where she came from, because it would not have had, like, metalworking isn't a part of that culture. So she had a giant shell shield, which she used until the end of the game. And she started with silver frond, I believe. Chainmail, I think? But she upgraded to like traditional above ground mail because it was better quality or like better protection. But theoretically, like chitin is another thing that would work. Wild shape is undone by beholder. That's fair. Yeah, I was thinking like, but they could still do things with their regular weapons, and it's kind of a wait, because they're not thematically, they're not supposed to have metallic armor or weapons, but at the same time, their attacks are kind of shit. So, but yeah, I think depending on the type of fighter, it could also work, or like the way the fighter is equipped. Mine was Triton, so it was a case of like underwater, they're not doing metallurgy, they're not doing metalworking down there. And in Forgotten Realms, they do specify that like silver frond is a way that they make chainmail down there. So that would work for some other creature types too, I think, that may not necessarily do a lot of metal work. Carapace armor. Yeah, carapace armor too. A hermit crab armor. The problem then is the weapon, but theoretically then, like obsidian, an obsidian sword. But that's not strictly like underwater in that case, but it's just not metal. It's just not metal. Or they could just go with their punches. Their punches are probably not as good as a monk's, but again, still not bad. Barbarian too. Barbarian, unarmored barbarian, and then they just need to have a non-metallic weapon, which they may or may not have. Or they could just, go in with their punches. Silver frond it's a plant. It's a underwater fern, seaweed type thing. I think it was silver frond. Let me check real quick because I'm looking at this and it's kind of a wait a second. There's a dictionary here, and silver frond does not mean what I thought it did. Let me see. Let me see. Silver weave. I'm bad. Okay, it's not silver frond. It's silver weave armor. Crafted from a light and flexible fabric made out of silver coral fronds, treated so it had durability of chainmail but moved like cloth. And yeah, silver fronds. Let me take a look. Okay, Leodon. Okay, I was looking at a different section, so I'm looking at silver weave. So yeah, for Silverweave, it was pretty much like, can I have basically chainmail, but non-metallic because it's made out of materials from the ocean. It's not metal. Oh, okay. I don't know if it existed when I was. How long has Silverweave existed in terms of this page? Okay, yeah, Silverweave did not exist when I was playing through this campaign, so I didn't know the finer details of it. Apparently, it's useless outside of water. It's useless outside of water. No, there's supposed to be a ocean race. There's a bit of like a not conflict, but it's a case of how do you differentiate between tritons and sea elves and other underwater creatures that kind of to an untrained eye look familiar. So I think sea elves kind of were less deep water and more likely to be freshwater because they're the race I think that's more so seen in the Sea of Fallen Stars, that kind of thing. But they had tridents instead. They use a lot of tridents. Because underwater race, of course, tridents. They also had a particular weapon, a tapel that was like I guess their cultural weapon, I suppose, is a tapel, but that's not something seen outside of very specific contexts in terms of Forgotten Realms. Like there's one or a few pieces of art, and I think it's mentioned in like a few books, but very little otherwise. Because they're not even like a secondary race, I feel like. Mangrove elves? That could work. That could work. There's no reason that can't happen. They do have so for like sea elves, they do differentiate between different locations, how they look. So it wouldn't surprise me if there were more like swampy elves. Although that might run into problems on their own, honestly, thinking about some of this. Like, who else would live in the mangroves? Who else lives in the swamps? Am I a domestic elf? I'm not like a house elf, if that's what you mean. But I'm closer to an urban elf than a rural elf. So the difference between the woods and the garden is the difference between a wood elf and me and a garden elf. Don't take me off into the woods. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. Leave the NPCs at home. Leave the NPCs at home. Or leave them where you found them, I should say. Leave them where you found them. There's a phrase for that too. Take only pictures, leave nothing but footprints. Meet your relatives and get roasted? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you saying the wood elves wouldn't like me? I don't actually know if they would. I haven't not too many wood elves, honestly. Ah. Oh. Oh, having to go home for the holidays. Yeah. But I want to say, I'm just going to see other garden elves then. Go to my family. They're garden elves. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Close to an Oath of the Ancients cathedral is perfectly valid way to live. So, like the temple guarded by a green knight, you're saying? capybara fit in the garden or the woods? I don't know how big a capybara is. Those are the little things that kind of, you can see them in Japan and they're like relaxing in hot springs, right? Maybe it's not Japan, but like they can be found in areas where there are hot springs and they like just kind of sit and chill in them. Thank you, Queen, for continuing your gift sub. Welcome back to the garden. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. I don't know. Maybe for certain gardens they would work. Maybe for certain gardens they would work. But they are a wild creature more than anything else, aren't they? They just happen to seem to be adapting to like interacting with humanity a little bit better than some other creatures. Or maybe this is just putting humanistic characteristics on an animal that's not really needed. I don't really know what a capybara is thinking after all. I don't know what they're thinking when they're relaxing in their little onsen. Are they having thoughts like a human would? Only the capybara knows. No, there's also shots I think of capybaras sitting in like hot springs too. But that might also be a case of like zoo stuff. Actually, hold on. Yes, there's videos. Oh, okay, so it's just one particular, it's a particular zoo. And there's like tons and tons and tons of photos of these capybaras in these like hot springs. Let me grab it up. Yeah, so capybara in onsen. Look at this. They're just chilling. They're just chilling. Yes. Can't blame them. So we didn't finish the rust monster. Rust monster. A very distinctive looking creature. Something like a reddish cricket, I think. Long crickety legs, anyhow. Blind, too, as I understand it. They feel their way around with those long moth-looking tendrils. Feed that way, too. Sift through piles of metal for the choicest bits. That's what they eat, don't matter the type, neither. Their merest touch turns it all into rusted flakes. Magic lasts longer, but under the scrutiny of a rust monster, it's a foregone conclusion. Only the gods know where they came from, but they're a curse if you value your belongings. Instinct to decay. Moves include turn metal to rust, gain strength from consuming metal. So, like, they put them in the twisted experiments, but they don't know where they came from. Granted, this is the perspective again. It's not a quote exactly, this description, but it sounds like a quote, doesn't it? Because of the way it's written. Like, blind too, as I understand it. And, don't matter the type neither. It's, like, kind of familiar. But only the gods know where they came from. And they are a construct. But why are they here? It must be a wizard did it, right? It feels like something a wizard would do because they wouldn't need metal necessarily, but they want to bring someone down to their setting where they're able to win a fist fight, maybe, or closer to being able to win a fist fight. Not having to bring a dagger to a sword fight. And we only have one more monster before the tier list for tonight, and that is the Zorn. The Zorn is solitary, large, and construct. Who's the wizard? Hello. Anyone who comes knocking on their door, imagine you have who writes in an accent. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Mm. So for the Rust Monster, you have your Grand Wizard Castle, and let's say it's in an area where it's potential for people to stumble upon it. Put a Rust Monster at the gate, and that kind of disables people from being. If some rowdy bunch of adventurers stumbles upon it, once they hit the Rust Monster, they're going to want to turn back. All their shit's destroyed. I think that's a fair thing to do. Have a Rust Monster at the gate as a check mark, a protector. Since when would a wizard have the upper body strength to open a door without magic as a crutch? You could make a muscle wizard. Nothing wrong with making a muscle wizard. They don't turn out great though. I tried to make one. I tried to make a transmutation muscle wizard once. It was a bit rough. It was a bit rough. But you could hire someone to do that for you. You could create something to do that for you, you know? That's what you have a I don't know, maybe that's why you have an Etten around. Or that's what your grad students are for. You hire a grad student for that. Or you have a strong familiar for it. Or some other thing. A creature bound to your will. But yeah, Rust Monster as the doorkeeper. That could work. And it's not like you're going to be using the front door anyway, but sometimes you know you need to go out for a walk or something, I suppose. Or just in case maybe something escapes, you need a way out. You don't want to have to take a long trip out, right? The long walk out. My muscle wizard wasn't multi-classing either. It was not. But it ended up being the best thing in general because of the way the party was built, was for me to just haste and then sit back and drink my drink and not get hit. I think with some occasional spells in between, but mostly just yep, I hasted the crazy barbarian. My job here is done. Because I think I tried to do some sort of fancy thing with one of the cantrips, with the create your own sword cantrip. I was just missing. I was missing so much. I was missing so much. It was just easier to buff up someone else who was already all the way there. So the last creature is a Zorn. I really don't know what a Zorn is, but I'm hoping to learn. It's solitary, large, and construct. It has a maw for D10 damage, 12 hit points, and 2 armor. And the ranges are close in reach. It has special qualities of burrowing. Is multiclassing really that strongly ingrained in people? It doesn't bother me if other systems don't have multiclassing. But again, I'm not particularly tied to it. I'm not particularly tied to it. But part of it might be a case of okay, how many different paths are you allowed to have? Or, you want to play out something else? Well, maybe just switch games. There's plenty of tabletop games out there. There's bound to be something that has what you want to explore in there. Already pre-made. Especially if it's a difference between like D&D and something else. Your DM is probably just like waiting to pull out something other than D&D. Or a flavor, something that already exists. Twin greater invisibility on himself and the rogue. That's pretty respectable. That's pretty respectable. Wait, does greater invisibility not need concentration? Is that... I very rarely hear about sorcerers, so it's kind of a case of, is that even something that needs to be brought into consideration? I know that for twin spells, it can't be things that affect more than one person normally, which is kind of a bullshit move when it comes to the dragon breath one, because they ruled that like you can't twin dragon breath, and it's kind of a... but literally the spell only affects you. It's just the breath affects more than one person. Maybe. Not even guaranteed. It does need it. I want to say, like, same few classes people have been playing the world over. I think nothing is unique under the sun. Nothing is unique under the sun. It's more of a case of if you've been playing the same system or like building like tons and tons of characters, I guess that's a problem. But if you're used to playing like fewer characters, it's not an issue. And there's already so many options out there. Or again, you can switch systems. Twin Haste is good too. Yeah. Like, I don't see why Twin Haste is any different than the Twinned Dragon Breath spell, honestly. Like, I wouldn't rule it that way. As in, like, you can twin a Dragon Breath. Okay, it uses one concentration. Okay, I wasn't certain if you were able to twin something with concentration. But the limitations on the spell are difficult enough as it is. That's why you just become the DM then. Just become the DM. Then you can play what you want as long as you can find players for it. Which I guess usually kind of locks you down. But I guess I'm a bit lucky in that I do have a group that I can kind of call upon. Yeah, then you play all the characters. All the characters. All the characters. Yeah, we haven't played D&D in over a year. We've played other systems instead. Until everyone is too busy. Yeah, until I start going off and doing things on their own. Okay, the Zorn. The Zorn, dwarf-made elemental garbage muncher. Shaped like a trash bin with a radius of arms to feed excess rock and stone into its gaping maw. They eat stone and excrete light and heat. Perfect for operating a mine or digging out a quarry. Once one gets lost in the sewers below a city, though, or the foundation of a castle, you're in deep trouble. They'll eat and eat until you've got nothing left but to collapse the place down on it and move somewhere else. Ask Burin, son of Fjornvald, exile from his clan. I bet he could tell you a story about a Zorn. Instinct to eat. Moves include consume stone, give off a burst of light and heat. So I guess this is a perfect thing for an adventure to try and deal with. Although, they're solitary, 12 hit points, 2 armor. A close reach with a maw of D10. I guess the burrowing is probably the biggest problem. Sorry, just the corpse relax with the open eyes is kind of a scary. A little scary. Not used to seeing that. I'm not used to seeing that. I'm used to seeing the normal pose. The normal pose. So Zorn is another trash compactor creature. So we have 3 of those now, I suppose. One for the dungeon Roomba, then the like the magic disposal, I suppose, and then the rock disposal. Wait a second, it's just kind of a wait. Could you use, if you have your solar powered flesh golem, could it live off the light from a Zorn if it's solar powered? Because Zorn excreting light and heat, maybe it would work. Maybe it would work. Actually, that could be quite the pair up then, couldn't it? Like, you have your flesh golem carrying around the Zorn to direct it. Oh, thank you for the bits. It's a lot of hitting. Thank you. I would imagine that could be a pair. That could be a pair. And with this, I think this is the last, yeah, it's the last monster in this setting. The next setting is... It's a shame that they don't like label. Oh, lower depths. The labeling in this book is really awkward. They have the space, like they have 2 spaces for images, and then they start the content of the next section. And then at the bottom of that first section, they have the name of the section. It's really awkward. So next one is going to be lower depths. Lower depths. And in the meantime, where is it? I'm going to move myself over and put this up. So, we're here. I had to reorganize a little bit, so it was, I guess, a little wider. A little wider. So it's not so awkwardly shaped. A more natural screen size instead of like a height thing. So I have it on the list on the bottom too. I'll move this up a little higher. But it's a bit awkward to see everything. I can make this a little bigger, I suppose. But yeah, okay, here. This is probably good. So, actually, and I can move myself over a little bit more. Chat's still above, though. That's still above. So, man, what caught my attention the most? I guess it was the bullet, simply because of that whole thing of like, wait, but Deep Blue Sea. Deep Blue Sea. I don't necessarily know if I want to make them a bee, though. Just because of having one good idea. If I had like another concept to go along with that, it'd be another story. Okay. A Kraken, I think, is up there because you can do the same thing with a Kraken, but the Kraken also has a bit more to it as well. It's very classic. It's very powerful. Just going to delete them from down here. So I grab that one, and I grab the... Didn't grab... Rust Monster. Rust Monster. I'm probably doing this because I've never run into a Rust Monster myself. I wonder if it's more so that the DMs, like the game masters I've had, didn't want to punish the marshals any more than being a marshal already is a punishment. I like marshals. I love marshals. The last number of characters I've made have been like grapplers and marshals. But sometimes it's a little suffering compared to what the wizards and sorcerers and other casters can do. You know? Sometimes it just isn't quite fair. It just isn't quite fair. Oh, you can't hear me do that noise. I really have to. Work on that. Okay, you can hear it when I do that, I guess. If I'm close enough. And I can see that it's getting picked up by one of my mic things when I do certain, not noises, but make certain noises. Like, Flesh Golem and Corazorn. I really just want to see an Ed and Zorn pairing now. I'm going to put them, I think it's C too. We're going to. Why is this hidden? Ah. Do this. Oh, I have another frame for it too. Excellent. And we have to move this entire thing now. Ah, there's not enough room. Not enough room. Cute isn't on purpose? What do you mean the cute isn't on purpose? Sometimes the microphone doesn't pick up a few things that I think it does. Or I would think it does. My settings are a little rough. Like, I don't think my space is particularly noisy necessarily, but like all I have for noise is my computer, which is relatively quiet for what it is. And I have a lamp. And I have an overhead light. That shouldn't really be generating any noise, right? But I still have to have a lot of stuff up to prevent like general noise for some reason. Unless I'm really deaf. Yeah, the most I can think of is that it's picking up my computer still, which I don't really know what I can do about that except like put it on the floor, which isn't something I want to do. Onomatopoeia. So, like, you can't hear. If I turn off the thing, you could probably hear the noises that I make. So just this get picked up. Things like that. Clicking. Thank you again. You know that was twice, right? Thank you for the 1,000 bits. What is that emote? Oh, it's a nom. Okay, wait. What? It's nomming a ghost? Thank you. Wanted a flesh golem paired with a Zorn. Oh. But now it probably sounds a little fuzzier than before when I speak, which is the problem that I have. Oh, wait, no, now it won't be fussy because I turned noise removal back on. Ah, Don't know. It's really awkward trying to listen to yourself and pick up all this, so I can't. I could do like the instant feedback type thing, but it gets really hard to pay attention to that unless it's on a serious delay. And then you start tripping yourself off on words as you're speaking because you're listening to yourself but talking at the same time. And then there's I could be listening to directly what's coming out of the mic, but again, I think it would be suffering from the same problem where I just kind of slow down and stop speaking because I'm hearing myself speak. I need to slow down when I speak anyway for this sort of thing because that's more ASMR. I'm very bad at making sure I speak slowly for ASMR. And it didn't light up when I was speaking that way, that low. Give me a second, I'm gonna check something. Okay, making sure that, I did have this set up, right? I did have this set up. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let me move myself back over. Deceptive little readings of the equalizer. That's why I'm always worried, like, can you hear the cat screaming in the background sometimes? Because he doesn't seem to be being picked up, but at the same time, like, maybe he can be. And other noises too. And then sometimes, like, I think I'm hearing something. Is it real or not? Is it real? Did I leave something on that I didn't mean to leave on? I think Pegasus are kind of boring. Like, they're cool, but they're boring. What I want to say, what is a horse going to do to you? It's not even particularly magical. They're pretty. I guess if it's the case of if you want to... What is it doing? I'm gonna do that. We're gonna move this. Oh, because it took its own frame with it. Same thing I think with this. Or no, it just didn't move it to the right spot. We're gonna move it under. Calm down a minute. Give me your proposal as to why Pegasuses, whatever, deserve to be better than D. Why do they deserve to be better than that? They're not a unicorn. They're not particularly magical. They're simply flying horses. Horses are... Swans are assholes. Horses are also dumb assholes. Swans are just prettier geese. They got good PR. What is Meg? Is this a joke that I'm walking into? What is a Meg? Horses are dumb. They're dumb, rickety creatures. They break their leg and they're done. They're so expensive to upkeep. Horses are a pain. Horses are a pain. Okay, see, Azure is making a good point here. But the problem there is that the Pegasus and that, it's not a monster. Yeah, see? Like here, Meg wasn't a Pegasus though. I don't remember what the Pegasus's name was. But yeah, like if you're fighting a Pegasus, what's the interest point there? Or if you're playing as a band of Pegasus to fight a group of players, what is your main point of attack? Like, what is the aim here? Let's swap back real quick to the Pegasus section of this entire thing. They carry a rider into the air and they give a rider an advantage and they carry aloft. I could imagine one reason why Pegasi might try and attack the players. What if one of the players is like, oh my god, I want a baby Pegasus to like grow into my own mount. I'm gonna steal the baby colt here. Or like, oh no, it's like the buffalo thing. The like dumb tourist who took a baby buffalo from its parents, and then the baby couldn't go back to its parents because it was taken away. Like they couldn't return it because it was too used to humans already. It'd be like that, except the Pixie looked and found it, and now they're taking their kid back. That kind of thing. That's the only thing I can imagine. Or, I want to say some creatures can be very territorial in during certain periods, you know? So imagine maybe more feral horse style, like a moose or a deer during, isn't it November for mating season? Yeah, that Pegasus is not letting you around. I think it's time for a fight, that sort of thing. Like I can imagine a more aggressive season. You could work that in. Okay, fine. Pegasi are gonna be in C. Because there are some situations where you can make it happen. Make it interesting. Make it make sense. What is the attack type that they had? They had sharp hooves for D8. So yeah, I guess aiming or like flying to the face. More of an extra threat by whatever people have tamed them. They were created after all, and they have them as constructs, but they do breed and they do hatch from eggs. So there's nothing saying that you couldn't have. So there's Chincoteague ponies or Chincoteague horses. So there's no reason you couldn't have like Chincoteague Pegasi, honestly. Feral Mustang Pegasi on the wild plains. Throw hooves and on off. Yeah. So just, do they get territorial perhaps? If it's something they're not familiar with. Or they want to protect their family group. I don't remember how a horse family group tends to work. Herd. They want to protect their herd, or something like that. If they're a herd type creature, let me see, what were they saying about them? They're a group, so yeah, they're herd. Ethereal Filter is interesting too. I would want to use something like that. I think they're actually okay. I do have the row. I didn't put anything in it yet. One sunk up on you. I mean, it's not a case of it being sneaky. It's not like there'd be like I guess you could have a solitary. That would be, again, the concern. Like, if you find a solitary Pegasus, That's not a good thing, is it? What happened to the rest? What happened to the rest? Hmm. But I wouldn't imagine them being as particularly sneaky. Like, they shouldn't be able to fly, but they can. But still. Oh, thank you. A regular above average intelligence horse could beat a lot of monsters you haven't seen here, let alone B. You really think a horse could beat a troll? Or an eagle lord? Or hell giants? In terms of like fighting power, or in terms of like intelligence? If we're talking about intelligence, sure. But I think it might be a case of like intelligence plus seeming lack of aggression and the fact that it's not a carnivore, which kind of kills it. It's still based on a prey creature. So yeah, like beat in a chess game or beat let alone D tier. You don't have to cheer with each message, you know. Thank you though. Thank you for the 100 bits. Mm-hmm. D tier. D tier. I mean, this is coolness factor a bit too. Diablos from Monster Hunter as a herbivore? I've not played Monster Hunter. I've not played Monster Hunter. I know there's also the whole thing about like the Tarrasque is side eyes, so that generally means it's a prey creature. So like what preys on the Tarrasque? But still, drinking types often do. Mm? I'll look it up. What does a Monster Hunter Diablos look like? The only creature I'm familiar with from a Monster Hunter really is, I say this, I was going to say there's the one creature that has a Final Fantasy 14 what is it called? It is Rathalos. Rathalos. And yes, I also have a I was going to say it's life size. It is not actually life size. It is larger than life size. I have a one of the cats, like your cat buddy. I have one of those. It's a black one. I used to know the name. It's a feline, but more specifically, it's a Melinx. It's a Melinx. Yeah, I have a Melinx plush. It is big enough to need its own seat. He is big enough to need his own seat when traveling. When traveling. So those are the only two I'm familiar with. Okay, the Monster Hunter. So it's kind of got like a Triceratopsy head. In some of the images, it looks more like its eyes are forward facing than others. But I could also see it being like with the sharpness of the teeth, though. Like, is it really a herbivore? Or is that supposed to be because it has to like dig for food or something and the teeth help with that? Like, I can imagine if it has to like dig out roots and stuff, that kind of mouth would be useful. You guarantee me it's a herbivore? If you say so. If you say so. Burrows as part of its attacks. I'm going to bring this up so people can also see what I'm looking at. A second, it's going to be taking over the capybara onsen thing. So, creatures like this, it's kind of a Hmm. Like some of the interpretations are more like sharp toothed than others, I guess. I mean, some of these are fan pieces too. You can't even see the face there. Hold on, let me open this up. Put in a new tab. So this one. Like, this almost looks cute, honestly. For some reason, it's got like, it feels like it has more of a chibi face to it. Almost like chibi face to it. It might also be the way that the arms look kind of stumpy. Especially the fingers. Like, it's only got 3 fingers. I would nearly classify this as cute. I don't know if sharp teeth would help with cacti, honestly. I don't think it would. There's a chibi spin-off game where the monsters are rideable. Please don't say it's a gacha game. Please say it's a bit more like a DS game nearly type of thing. Also, oh, Victor, thank you again. You grew up with horses? I don't like horses either. A strong mount. Like, they're cute. I shouldn't say cute. They can be majestic, but, sometimes they can be really dumb. You had responsibility? Yeah, and you've probably seen a lot of horse girls too. If a flying horse was as smart as a regular horse, you'd be impressed if humans managed to tame a single one. But horses are, I shouldn't say they're tame exactly, but they are. There's a working relationship there, you know? And also remember, these are constructs. These are constructs. They're. Let me check what the wording was exactly on this. A horse with wings is a construct. So, depends on what you're able to do. It depends on what kind of magic you want to give to the wizards. Were they able to create this out of clay? Or is this actually like a fusion type thing that's actually based on a proper horse and not someone's image of a horse? That's true. It could be, there could be not limitations, but like, what if Pegasi are like unicorns where maidens can tame them only? Yeah, the interpretation here is that elves did it. Elves did it. Elves did it. Pegasi are cyborgs? There's no, I mean, not when they're made of not metal, probably. Maybe more like golems, I guess. Maybe more like golems, I guess. Or homunculi, perhaps. But they breed true. But magic. There's a lot of interplay. There's a lot to pick apart there. There's a lot to pick apart there. But, it's kind of the like thing about startling. The horses that I've known like startling at nearly nothing. They think it's a snake, so they're gonna throw their rider off. That sort of thing. It's very frustrating. Like all it takes is a wrong move, and the human who is caring for this creature or riding on the creature, whatever it is, can be in deep shit. All because of the whims of this large creature that they are interacting with. But yeah, a lot of games tend to impart a bit more of a connection between animals and some of the non-human races, so it wouldn't surprise me if, yes, like here, elves, Pegasi work together. Or it could be more of an air elemental type thing, perhaps. They would probably have a better bond. Especially with the fact that it would be less of like, I need you to reach the skies, but more like, hey bro, let's go like cloud surfing or something, come on. To the Pegasi, I mean, from like an air genasi to a Pegasi. Or air elemental in general. Or storm giants, right? Or is it cloud giants? Although, at the same time, those are very... They're not necessarily nice people. They're a bit, I think... I don't remember exactly the difference between the cloud and the storm giants, but one of them is much more haughty and dismissive of creatures below them. But Pegasi might not fall into that sort of category, you know? They may or may not. Or they might be on the same level as humans to them, which, depending on how you look at it, like that could be good or bad. So the Pegasi are constructs. So this is one of the things I had with this section. So this is Twisted Experiments. And Pegasus is marked as group construct. And generally before this, all the constructs were things that were created. So like if you think about generations for this, okay, so there's the bullet, which is also a construct, and that was kind of questionable. And that was the first part where it's like, wait, what do you mean it's a construct? Are we talking about like escaped from the laboratory deep blue sea stuff? And a chimera was also a bit more, seemingly it's a direct thing where you create a chimera. I say chimera, it's not chimera, it's chimera. You create a chimera. They're not natural. And the Darrow are described as creatures that were once created that have propagated since then, but they are not marked as a construct. Okay. Digesters are constructs, and those I kind of imagine as being sold? Like someone is creating them for the purpose of like basically being a garbage disposal. And they are a garbage disposal project that someone's selling. Ethereal filter is not a construct. The Etin is a construct. Yeah, chimera. That's the way I used to pronounce it when I was reading a lot more and I didn't hear it pronounced. I thought it was chimera, not chimera. Chimera. But yeah, so Pegasi are... Okay, iron golems are constructs. Gorallons are not constructs, and they also talk about like how they were... They don't actually specify if it's like one Gorallon. They seem to imply that there's only one. And that it was a bred creature. You thought constructs were inorganic? No, because the flesh... Oh wait, actually flesh golems are not construct, which is weird. But iron golems are. Kraken are not. Manticores are. Owlbears are. Pegasi are. These are all creatures that are constructs, so their division is really weird. Let me take a look real quick. I'm probably overlooking something from the beginning about defining these tags. Okay, so the monster tag for construct, it was made, not born. So yeah, like a Pegasi is... They describe them as breeding true, but it's a construct? So maybe again this is a problem with this being a like a beta thing. Maybe it's different in the actual release. I'm not certain. I would need another copy of the book. I would need a like non-beta release version of the book, because the beta is what's in the SRD. But at the same time, playing the game, there's nothing wrong with you taking the tag out. You can have them not be a construct. They could still be elven created, but more along the lines of they were created once and they do breed true, and maybe not like the crystal egg thing, because that's kind of weird too. Like, I guess that makes them further away from horses if they hatch from eggs, but thank you. Constructs are not marked as inorganic. But again, like, they mentioned flesh golems as being like sewn together, but they're not marked as constructs, so I wonder if it was just kind of a flip of something. Like, not paying attention to the tags. This is a 400-page document. Elf-made Pegasi in a pre-made setting? Maybe? But Dungeon World is kind of all... It's very loose. It's very loose. I also want to say, if you're drunk, like, you can... don't send me any more bits. Don't send me any more bits if you're drunk. Oh, thank you, Maggie Moo Moo, for the follow. Save it. Save it for water or something later. Buy yourself a nice water. Okay. So they're in C. They're in C now. Yeah. So their system for marking constructs is really weird. It's your birthday and you have all the water. Okay, but still. Is it actually your birthday? Happy birthday if so. I'm wary though. There have been so many people, not like, okay, maybe it's more like people saying, like, it's X's birthday, but I guess it's more of when other people say it's your birthday, then it's kind of a question, is it really your birthday? Or are they just, you know, like, ragging on you? But if you're saying it's your birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Octorate. Actually, what day of the week does my birthday fall on this year? Let me check. Wait. Ah. Okay. Actually, do I have this? Do I still have this up? I wonder if I do. Wait, that was a different... It's not really your birthday. Okay. You celebrated? Ah, and that's why you're drinking? I could also see that if you have a birthday that falls on a weekday, it's rather difficult to get people together. Okay. Duro are... This interpretation is kind of interesting, but they're not, like, super great creatures to work with. They're not super great creatures to work with. I like Chimera. I like them not having to be what they... You can do a lot with them. You can do a lot with them if you modify them a bit. They don't have to stay the way that they are. The standard way. Actually, now isn't such a bad time for a birthday in general, just because there's not a whole lot competing with it right now. And depending on what exactly it is, you may or may not get a free day off for other holidays, right? Unless it's a problem with, like, if you have Chinese New Year. If you celebrate that with your family, then I could see that getting kind of, not awkward necessarily, but annoying, because it's like having a birthday that's too close to Christmas and it's double dipping, or like the opposite of double dipping. People will say, like, oh, I got you your present. It's kind of like, is that my birthday or Christmas present? And it's kind of a, it's both. And it's a, thanks. Just what I always wanted. Only one present a year instead of the two. But now, there's not a whole lot to compete with. Not a whole lot to compete with. Unless, it might also be a case, I suppose, of snow. Owlbears. Owlbears are... I never really understood what was so popular about owlbears, to be honest. Manticores... We'll move them up here. So the only thing about, like, the Gurren is just, like, it's a giant ape. Is that really it? Like, it's a giant ape with, like, big teeth. It doesn't sound that cool. It doesn't sound that cool. Iron golems. All I can think about is iron giants. Iron giants. And so they were talked about as hill giants with two heads, right? But in this case, I don't necessarily know if two heads are better than one when it comes to this. So they'll also go in C. Like, again, as you described it, two heads are not necessarily better than one. And digester. Just being a magic-eating, not machine exactly, but magic-eating creature. An alternative to the gelatinous cube in the dungeon. A digester that's been left to not necessarily rot, but left to take care of the dungeon and clean up. Depending on how well it's trained, I suppose. Or however that works. If it literally only eats magic things, would it avoid eating people? But would it want to eat the magic that they have, the magic items that they have? Or magic creatures? For instance, if you had... Oh, sorry. Ah! I switched tabs. My bad. If you had someone in your party who was a magical creature, relatively speaking, like, what counts as a magical creature then? Again, this isn't something that would necessarily fall apart in an anti-magic field, but has, I suppose, abilities that would be stopped by an anti-magic field. So would that be... Would an elf... would an elf want... Would a digester want to try and eat an elf, you think? I didn't really think of that. If you think it eats magic creatures. Let's say it doesn't. Let's say it doesn't. That would be a bit of a pain for wizards who happen to be elves, right? That would be a problem. So let's say it's not just human friendly. It's not just human friendly. If they're a freaking wizard, I mean, it was trying to eat someone's wand. If it was trying to eat someone's wand. What, you think that they have a way of against it, of dealing with it? Maybe, but at the same time... do you want to take that chance? I don't think I necessarily want something that would bite my hand. Especially if it has a bit of a reach. The gelatinous cube, I guess you could also just put in a pit. As long as you can put the digester in a pit, too. As long as you can put all of those in a pit. Oh, so are you talking about, like, having, like, a dog with a ball? Or no, maybe, I shouldn't say that exactly. So you have the concept of the guard dog, right? And you have the person who's trying to infiltrate, and they have the ball in their hands, and they throw the ball or bone, the bone. I should say the bone. You throw the bone to distract it. So keep a magical focus on you so that you can toss it to distract the digester if the worst comes to worst. Hopefully, like go after the more magical thing. Hmm. That could work. That could work. I think that would be interesting. A way around it. A way around it. What? Doctor, are you sure? Thank you. I am already having a happy and steady future, though. I think super fun. I have most of the things that I need. I have my own home. But thank you. This is probably going to go towards a proper ASMR mic, though, honestly. I've been looking at building one, and I've been kind of do I really want to build one, or should I just buy the one, you know? I don't necessarily know if I want to import like microphone conductors from Britain. But thank you very much for the 5,000 bits. Unexpected. It depends on how many magic items the party has. Oh, thank you for the some Six Horn Taurus. Maggie Moo, welcome to the garden. Welcome to the garden. In Dungeon World, I don't know if there's nearly as many magical items gifted to the party or like given to the party. It didn't seem like that kind of setting. It felt a bit more gritty than that, you know? It felt a bit more gritty than that. No scam train? Are you talking about the hype trains? Yeah, I think I turned those off where they're not like normally turned on. I don't even have a tip jar. Although it's kind of a case of like, should I have one just so that like people don't have to spend half of it towards what's it called? Amazon and Bezos and all that. Like that's the only reason I would consider it. I had affiliates so I could get emotes. Emotes. Do I have default settings? I probably do. I didn't really want to like do things too heavily. Like the ads are like the absolute minimum they could be when I do have them on the like there's the two settings for the ads, right? Where it's 30 seconds up front or you run them every so often. And if I don't have them on the pre-roll, I have them on like the absolute minimum they could be. And I always forget to like run them in the very beginning, so the first 30 minutes or whatever are free, or to run them during, if I ever do turn that setting back on, running it so that when I'm gone, like you get a quick ad instead of a be right back break so that people won't have to see ads for another whatever. Let me check real quick. Is that like a affiliate setting thing? Hype train. Oh, they are enabled. Oops. It autopilots? It's autopilot. Yeah. So, like, I don't really know a lot about hype trains, honestly. I don't know a lot about hype trains. It's not really been a consideration for me. It's not been something that I've felt the need to modify, but I suppose I should look into it, I guess. But I have ranked everything so far in this setting. We have completed all the critters. And now that it doesn't fit on the page anymore again, this is 40%. Can I do 50%? Nope, I can't do 50%. 25? I just do all this. Can I fit it all on one screen? Just like barely. Just barely. This is 37%. You can see everything with all its tags. And it's kind of a case of, oh, I'm going to need to make this wider again, aren't I? With the next section. But let's see. Who is line? Now that we've completed one more section. We've completed the twisted experiments. Also, this upcoming week, I might be changing my schedule. I should actually plan that out tonight. I'm going to be planning that out tonight. So, yeah, if I do, I'm going to be putting out a schedule tomorrow morning on my Twitter. If I put out a schedule, yeah, I'm going to be trying out, I might be trying out next week or two a slightly altered schedule. It will be 4 days a week still with the same sort of content, but just different days of the week. So I'm debating switching to like Sunday, Monday, and then it's a case of, do I do Friday, Saturday then? And then it's just like 4 whole day, like it's a weekdays off and then just like a huge string otherwise. But I'm trying to still figure out what days it should be. Because I want to just keep Sunday. And I still want it to be kind of paired. And I can't do Thursday. So a bit stuck. Friday, Monday. Yeah. I don't know if I'd be able to do 4 days in a row. I could try though. Or I kind of wanted to do it in pairs, but like maybe I should do like Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Something like that. Yeah, still up in the air. Two pairs. No, it isn't 2 pairs. No, it's not 2 pairs, but look, I'm a bit stuck for the pairs. The initial concept was Monday, Tuesday, and then like Friday, Saturday for an alt. And then it was kind of a, well, but then Sundays are gone, and Sundays ASMR, like earlier hours, because I wouldn't be able to do early hours except on Sunday. So kind of a, I have to work on that. But yeah, if I do switch my schedule to stream on Monday, I will be posting the schedule on Monday. If not, it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, so Corpse is streaming right now. She's streaming Dark Souls. Do you want to go to her? She'll be... Well, I will say, as a streamer, she's on the quiet side. Not exactly ASMR, but we'll see. All right, into her. But thank you very much for coming, and I will be posting on Twitter if I change the schedule. If not, it will still be board games one night, continuing, in this case, Bloodstained another night, ASMR one night, and then a kind of free spot. But thank you very much for coming. And seeing Corpse's quiet side, yeah. Silent as the grave, you might describe her. And Octorate, thank you very much for all the bits cheered today. And thank you, 61 Taurus, for the gift as well. And welcome again, Maggie Moo.